Welcome to Forward Progress. It's the Super Bowl 57 Props Extravaganza powered by Betfred Sportsbook. Today's show is going to be a marathon. We have 4 hours of Super Bowl props coverage, 23 special guests dedicated to this show today. That's right, 23 different guests, each of them, with the exception of our first guest, who we'll get to very shortly, is going to give me their favorite Super Bowl prop bet. But there are a couple stipulations. First, the line must be available at a regulated sportsbook in North America. We're going to have our producer, Zach Phillips, checking all this stuff in real time here. There's going to be no fake lines given. It's nothing like, oh, I've bet this 3 days ago and the line is no longer available. This is actionable info that you are going to get on the show today. Secondly, they're going to tell me what they would play that prop up until. That way, if you're listening to this later in the week, you can still get some actionable bets. Possibly if the line is moved, you can still get some actionable bets. So 2 stipulations, regulated sportsbook line, and what they will play the prop up until. For anyone who has heard me before, I often preach the value of line shopping. This is extremely important. I would never suggest that you play at only one sportsbook, whether that's the week of the Super Bowl or any other time of the year. Playing at multiple sportsbooks is going to give you the best chance to succeed in the long run. With that said, if you are in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, or Virginia, be sure to check out Betfred Sportsbook. It's a solid offering. It's very user-friendly interface, which we use on the Hammer HQ during live watch-alongs. Tons of promotions, daily boosts, dedicated mobile apps for Android and iOS. Today's show would not be possible without Betfred, so make sure you check them out if they are in your state. I cannot recommend them enough. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to see your comments in real time. There's already a bunch in here. Please join the conversation. I'll get to as many comments as I can today. If you have a question for any guest, I'll try to work it in if I can as well, time permitting. We're on a tight schedule here today. If you're watching on Twitter, thank you very much for the support. I cannot see the comments in real time. Jump over to the Forward Progress channel here on YouTube if you want to get in on the conversation in real time. Let's make this show as interactive as possible. No one's going to have hurt feelings. If you like a pick, you can say you like the pick. If you think somebody's pick is garbage, tell them it's garbage. It's all in good fun. Also, for those of you who are watching on a delay, in the comments below, post your favorite Super Bowl prop bet. Let's get a thread going on favorite Super Bowl prop bets. Anyone who tunes in later in the week, they have the 23 guests, and on top of that, they'll be able to go through the spread of other the comments from other bettors to determine other comments that they would make. Bathroom breaks, I didn't think this all through. So as of right now, it might be an issue. And I got an extra large coffee going as well, so I don't know. Last thing, if you can't tune into the full show today, no problems. It's replayable on YouTube afterwards, right after we sign off later today. It's going to go out on our Forward Progress channels, on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And again, if you do find value in this show, please hit that subscribe button on the Forward Progress YouTube channel here, or at the very least, hit the thumbs up. We're up to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you very much to everyone who supported us along the way. This couldn't have been done without you. Without further ado, someone asked me about bathroom breaks, right? Well, the king of avoiding the bathroom break, known for pissing into jugs if he has to, at his desk, the one, the only, Spanky.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Rob. I appreciate it. Congratulations on all the success for the Hammer HQ and the Circles Off podcast and Betstamp.
I appreciate that. I'm glad to have you. And the reason I wanted you to bat lead off today, Spanky, is because you don't really bet the Super Bowl. You're one of the few bettors out there that's just like, this is another game. And I wanted to talk through that with you for a few minutes here, and particularly why. And by the way, the comments already coming in, Spanky piss jar loading, so on and so forth. But we're not going to resort you just to the guy that pisses in jugs. You're one of the most successful bettors on planet Earth right now. Tell me why you don't bet the Super Bowl, Spanky.
Well, the way I look at it, this is a volume game, so it's the Super Bowl is one game. We're betting millions every day on college basketball, NBA, and there's just so many games, and it's a lot easier for the bookmaker to make a mistake when there's 100 games versus just one game. As you obviously know, the Super Bowl is the most official line there is. So despite all the media and the hype and all this stuff, we kind of stay away from that, and we just keep grinding on the hoops this time of year.
Okay, so now obviously there's a ton of markets that go into the Super Bowl, right? Because you have your main market, side and total. You get the sharper sports books who are taking like 100K plus on those markets right now. But you do have a ton of props and an offering that you typically wouldn't see for a regular NFL game. Like you might see 150 college basketball games on a Saturday. You're going to have way more than that in props for the Super Bowl. Is it about getting limited on accounts, not having the liquidity to bet all these props? What is it that you guys shy away from in terms of the prop offering for the Super Bowl?
Well, 5-10 years ago, the prop offering was something unique just to the Super Bowl. In this day and age, several of the same props are dealt on every single game, every single week. The market's changed in essence. So to be able to see, will there be 3 unanswered scores or, rushing yards, receiving yards of all these players, that was something around, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you never see that except the Super Bowl. Now you see that every day, every week, every game. So it's just another game. We just, it's and the limits aren't that great. So, we're trying to get down on volume and trying to bet as much as possible. And to just price hunt and shop around for numbers and this and that, sure, it's fun and all, but it's just not for us. I don't want to, say we're above that. No, by all means, everybody's going to earn in their own way. That's just not what my guys focus on. I have my prop guy who does that, but it's not the meat and potatoes, and it's not something that's our forte.
Okay, so what does Super Bowl Sunday look like for Spanky then? Do you even watch the game? Like you're not a football fan. Do you sit back and enjoy the game, have a couple brews, or are you just doing stuff with the family on Sunday?
No. I'm definitely at a party somehow, some way. Might be in Atlantic City, might be over somebody's house or something. I'm definitely all about partying. Am I watching every play? Absolutely not. Am I drinking lots of beer, eating some chicken wings, having a good time? Yeah, sure. If my buddy's there, are we gonna fuck around, bet the coin toss a little bit? We'll just just have a good time. So yeah, I'm not against having a good time. It's everybody should have a good time, and if you want to place a few bets, enjoy yourself. That's what it's all about. But the Super Bowl is made for the bookmakers. It's the bookmakers' day. It's a celebration. Every bookmaker I know would wake up early on Super Bowl Sunday, feel good. This is the day. This is the day where you actually you want to balance both sides of the book. You want to, unlike any other game, you want to be able to warrant equal action on both sides, and that's theoretical for every other game. But the Super Bowl has enough volume where the bookmaker's happy to just earn that 11-10, and that's their day to celebrate. That's not our day. Our day is November, December, Saturday college basketball, where the bookmaker's vulnerable and where we try to exploit. Where they can't just keep up.
So you've made the cardinal mistake that you never do on a Super Bowl props extravaganza, which was say that you're going to bet the coin toss, because then you get the rest of the plus EV bettors who come after you like, how could you bet the coin toss? It's a minus EV bet. But I also, Spanky, now have to put you on the spot because it's coming up in the chat that people want to know what Spanky's going to bet on the coin toss this year. So heads or tails? What are we rolling with?
Well, so, DraftKings, let me just say DraftKings has even money, both sides, on the coin toss, which is obviously, a fair bet for everybody. A couple of places dealing -01, -03. Some offshore places dealing -15, both sides, which is, that's you don't need to do that. But yeah, I like to bet heads on a coin toss. That's just what I bet. Does that mean that everybody should go bet heads? Absolutely not. It's a fucking coin toss. Part of my French on the Hammer Network. But that's just what I like to bet. I'm not going to bullshit and put my tout cap on and tell you how heads is better than tails the last 50 years and all this bullshit. that you might hear for the rest of this broadcast and everybody giving their opinions on why this is better than that. No, I just like to bet that for fun. I enjoy it. And that's what I do. But again, it's all about having a good time. And, I know you're trying to make it so that you have a good record here and that everybody can earn doing these props. And I hope so. And I know you got a good lineup of guests, guys that are doing this, and this is their thing. This is not my thing, but I really appreciated the invite from my man, Rob Pizzola. It means a lot. I thought Johnny was going to be here too. I know he's probably coming on a little later, my guess, or what?
Yeah, so Johnny's going to end the show today. He's in London right now at the ICE conference, which is a big affiliate conference. So he'll be coming on when he wraps things up at the conference today. But yeah, no problem, Spanky. It's great having you on for sure. Obviously, you bring a following with you, and I wanted to leverage that. I'm not an idiot, I know what I'm doing here in bringing the Spankster on. But also on top of it, I want to give you an opportunity to promote Bet Bash, which is coming up in August this year, because I've been at the first 2 Bet Bashes, and I had a blast. I've met people that I never thought I would meet in this space that I still interact with now, people that I work with. So let people know what's on deck for Bet Bash this year, how they can get tickets to it.
All right, well, betbash.co. That's the website. August 8th through the 11th at the Circle Las Vegas. We're looking at 4 or 5 open bars, different panels, dinners galore, watch parties, good times, networking. You could be, guys are asking me, I'm a recreational bettor. Should I come to Bet Bash or is it just for pros? Nah, it's for everybody. There's going to be pros there. And Rob, I know you're very generous with your time. People can walk up to Rob Pizzola, talk to him. He might not talk too much about hockey. He might give you some other bullshit about other things. But he'll be able to help you out, steer you along the way. So you could be an easy, just a regular guy, or you could be a pro. Pros interact with pros. Guys get outs. Guys build relationships. Guys get jobs. Legends are going to be there. Guys that have been in the game for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, longer than Rob and I have been alive. So it's a mix of everything. It's definitely, I'm trying to make it the premier go-to event for sports betting and sports betting networking. Definitely check it out. I like that scrolling there on the bottom. Thanks for that. betbash.co. It's great, and I look forward to meeting everybody there.
Someone's already got their VIP. See you at Legacy Club. Me and Spanky will definitely be at Legacy Club, probably every single night.
This guy Patrick got Superman kissing Batman. What kind of shit is that, dude?
There's nothing wrong with that. It's 2023, Spanky. Get with the times. But also, people need to get with the times with Spank odds. And I will say this, and I'll give you the platform to do this as well, especially around Super Bowl. You guys got all the props up for all the books as well. I will say this. I don't promote stuff that I don't believe in or that I don't use or wouldn't use. I've been using Spank odds pretty regularly now. I was one of the first ones to tell you, Spanky, that when you guys launched, you needed some improvement, and you took that to heart, and you said it's going to improve. I would no longer recommend anyone use Don Best at this point. There's no sense in paying for Don Best. So appreciate everything you've put up with Spank odds as well. I think it's a great product. Let people know as well how they can download Spank odds.
SpankOdds.com. You sign up and you'll get your credentials within 24 to 48 hours. We're trying to make it automatic, but you know what? It's free, so you got to wait a little bit. Good things come to those who wait. You'll be able to come SpankOdds.com. It's a free service. We extended the free trial up until football 2023. Thank you so much, Rob. That means a lot coming from you because I know you use the product and you've put in your time and watching the lines and you're a professional. So when you start endorsing Spank Odds, it means a lot compared to somebody else, that doesn't use it, that just likes to look at the lines changing colors from red to black and all this. It's real-time odds software. There's kinks all the time. I'm not going to say that there's never any kinks, but we're trying to work them all out. And I appreciate all the support, and thank you so much for all the positive feedback on Spank Odds.
I mean, people want it to be free forever. So do I. But, I mean, at the end of the day.
Well, listen, free forever. Look. In the words of Ric Flair, diamonds last forever, and so does Spank Odds. Remember that. Take that to the bank, Rob.
There you go. I appreciate it. I appreciate you joining me, Spanky. I'll definitely see you at Bet Bash again. All the best for the Super Bowl. Enjoy it at whatever party you end up at. Hopefully the coin toss goes your way. With heads, I might tail for a few bucks just so that I have a rooting interest as well. But appreciate you joining me here on Forward Progress, buddy.
I appreciate it, Rob.
All right.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you.
That's Spanky, founder of Spank Odds, one of the best bettors out there. Check out his podcast as well, Be Better Bettors, which you can download on pretty much any platform that you consume your podcasts. We go from Greek to Italian. John Laghezza, fellow Paisano, NFL for the Athletic. That was pretty cool, no?
Man, I am honored to be here. Talk about leading with your best foot forward. Let me tell you, Rob, one of the best compliments I've ever gotten in the anonymous kind of Twitter space was people asked me if I was related to Spanky. I was like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. But all kidding aside, again, I never, ever shill for stuff I don't use, and I'm solely focused on, making my wallet fatter. Spank Odds is awesome, especially, in the little bit of football that we did together, Rob. You heard me talking about pricing per point and how important it is to get those big values, because if you're going to bet a lot, again, profits made on the margins, right? And some people don't understand the value of 2 or 3%, right? And some people do. And I think that's probably the difference between who profits and who doesn't. Spank Odds is awesome because it helps you find that, minus 115 to minus 105 is a tremendous difference over the course of a season, and legitimately could be the difference between using black ink and red ink at the end of the day.
Completely agree with you. I mean, there's lots of great products in the space nowadays. It's a great time to be a sports bettor for sure. Obviously, I co-own Betstamp, which I use for line shopping. If it's quick and on the go, I can pull it up on my phone, find out which book to bet at quickly. For the more professional type of use, you can use a Spank Odds, set notifications. Obviously, you have the unabated odds screen as well, which is available to people. We'll be joined by Rufus later on in the show as well. So, great time to be a sports bettor, and no better time than Super Bowl week, in my opinion, John. Obviously, huge fan of the NFL. It finally comes to wraps. It's kind of like a sad week for me, though, in a sense where it's just like this past Sunday, I was just like sitting around all day, and I'm like, what am I going to do with my life once football season's over?
Yeah, that meme of the guy who's sitting on the swing all by himself, right? That's exactly what it feels like. Although for me, you know what? It's the Lord of the Ring meme, which is the calm before the storm, because I'm getting ready to plunge into Major League Baseball. And really, just like Spanky, I mean, just infinitely more excited to bet on the first 5 Pittsburgh game on a Tuesday afternoon, a Pittsburgh Pirate game, than I am on the Super Bowl. It's just too sharp, right? It's too sharp. Again, there is value to be had. You really got to hit it early. You mentioned it. It's already more than a week old. Come on, wisdom of the crowd means something. CLV means something. Although we were speaking off air, I think I still might have brought some EV. I think so. Or at least I brought some plus odds, right? That's a good way to stay out of trouble.
All right. So, John, do you have your pick ready?
Yeah, I'm all ready. Although it is kind of funny following Spanky. Like, it all feels kind of mundane. Like, who cares? Don't even bother people. But all right, all kidding aside, I still think there is some love. Let's check it out. We know what we got. Strength on strength. Eagles defense year-to-date #1 in yards per game, yards per play, under 180 passing yards per game. Top 3 in EPA per dropback, opposer passer rating, and pressure rate. That's a pretty good balance. They also added Robert Quinn. And then after you give him a couple games, top 8 in defensive rush EPA rest of season. That's for the Eagles on rush D. So it is legitimate. They're healthy. They're strong. And that's not really where I want to be going up against them. But the other strength would be the Kansas City offense. Gosh, I just put, Rob, they're #1 in everything. Points per game, yards per game, EPA per play, average drive distance, drive success rate, first downs per drive, passing yards per game, and passing touchdowns. With who? I don't know. Hardman is out. Juju and Tony have practiced, although we don't know what they're going to get out of them. Given the calculations for, people crying about refunds, you're not going to get any on Super Bowl Sunday. I'm not betting on any guys made of glass, because this is an iron sharpens iron kind of game. So for me, the best matchup is the Philadelphia offense greater than signed Kansas City defense. We've seen L'Jarius Sneed now has not practiced at all with the concussion. I don't think we're going to see him. Kansas City defense year-to-date 29th against the slot, -66 EPA. And on the season, the average 8.5 receptions, more than 80 receiving yards allowed. I'm looking at Devonta Smith. Now, granted, I think you and I all, again, Rob, you should do this for a living. You're very sharp. So we want to be splitting the things that matter. And I think usage matters. I think usage patterns matter. And I think getting Goddard back was a big determinative factor for the Eagles. And I think that's really where I want to be drawing that line. Because, again, people chasing Quez Watkins and the slot work there. Look, when Goddard's playing, you're not really getting that. It's a lollipop. All the targets are at the top. It's Brown and it's Smith. Give me the weakness in the middle with Smith. He's been awesome since that point, week 16, getting Goddard back. Devonta Smith is the team leader in targets, 46, receptions, 32, yards, 393, and touchdowns, 3, more than 2.3 yards per route run, averaging more than 9 targets, 78 receiving yards a game. That's 32% of the team target share, 34% of the team air yards, Rob. He's had 2 times the slot targets and 4 times the slot yards of any other Eagle, and I got a plus bet here. Devonta Smith, all receiving yards. This was live this morning. So, again, no stale lines here. Spanky would absolutely crush me for that. So we want to go over 80, definitely doable, plus 198, and then over 90, plus 290. Again, I always like to go with application. I'm taking my R, whatever your risk may be, comfortably. Remember, if you're sweating the bet and outcome, you've probably bet too much. Take the R, split it in half. If we get 1, it's a beautiful profit. If we get 2, everyone's going out for sushi later. So give me Devonta Smith over 80 and 90. Rob, I hate to say it's a smash, but it's going to be a lot of offense. I think we're going to get it.
So I agree with you in terms of I like the matchup there. What I have to ask you is, so over 80 is plus 198 right now. What's your limit to what you would play that until?
As far as pricing, I mean, generally, because, again, I'm looking at this in really kind of an individual play, right? I look at the 2 plays together, and I want to make sure that's why I split the risk, that it's a profitable venture regardless. So as long as I'm going to get like plus 155, plus 160, I think we're definitely good, right? As long as we stay on the top side of that, because, again, I think it's mispriced. In general, we've seen him go off for stretches of 125, 130. It's in the capability. He's the target hog. We know Brown is going to be getting a lot of attention, especially with the too high shell that the Chiefs play. I think that might suppress the Brown love. Yeah, give me Smith underneath. It's all Devonta for me. Wheels up.
All right. L'Jarius Sneed cleared protocol this morning, so he's likely to play. I honestly, though, so like
I'm not off it.
It wouldn't impact it a whole lot for me. He'll play a lot of slot on the 3 wide receiver sets, a lot on Watkins, but the Chiefs defense plays all over the place. So I'm kind of with you in here. I was trying to find the person on the Eagles offense. And by the way, for those who are watching, I'll clearly tell someone when I disagree with them. That's not a problem for me. But I like Devonta Smith in this matchup. I think he's going to have a pretty solid game.
Yeah, he's a stud, and we know that there's yak ability, right? He could, one of those underneath targets, right? Again, the numbers against the slot were with Sneed pretty much the whole way. So we're looking at over 8 receptions for 78 yards as a baseline if they're working Smith creatively into those slot roles. Plus, he gets love on the outside. I just think he's a focal point of the offense. And if they're going to beat the Chiefs, right, as a close favorite, you're not going to do it with that Eagle style of run when they're up 20 points, right? And we've beaten the breakdown to death. The Eagles can win in many different ways, and they're very stylistic, right, depending on the score. So if it's going to be close, and you're not really going to take your foot off the gas with these Chiefs. So I don't care who Mahomes is throwing the ball to.
Agreed, 100%. His name is John Laghezza. You can follow him on Twitter, at John Laghezza. He does NFL for The Athletic. He'll also be on the Mayo Media Network over the course of baseball season as well. I would highly, highly recommend checking out John for baseball. Honestly, again, I don't promote stuff that I don't believe in. Man. I'm a big fan of what you do, John. So appreciate it
so much.
Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Gosh, that's such high praise. Everyone, and good luck this weekend. Have some fun. Don't drink too much.
Yes, thanks very much. John Laghezza from The Athletic. All right, 2 down. People in the chat here, I'm telling you, I'm running a tight ship today. We're going 10 minutes, moving on. It'll be okay. It ain't going to 6:30. I'm not sitting here till 6:30, but we're going to get to as many bets as we possibly can. I already have to take a leak. I'm not going to lie to you guys. We got another 3 hours and 35 minutes to go. It is what it is. I will suffer. We move on to the founder of Capwise. He's the co-host of the Capwise show on Twitch, Ben Carey, here on Forward Progress. Ben, how's it going?
How's it going?
It's going. Again, incredible hair game, as Zach Phillips put up in the chat.
Yeah, I did not put that. Thanks, Zach. Zach has a pretty good flow too, so I guess it takes one to know one, I guess.
Zach has a good flow. I think for this show today, it's probably like a 50-50 between you and Joe Osborne for the hair game. Maybe I'm forgetting about someone else, but candidly, I would pay at least 5 figures for your hair, Ben.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Tempo pace today, though, right?
Yes, for sure. What's the week like been for you? Have you placed most of your bets so far, or you still eyeing some things?
Yeah, got about maybe 75% down. Waiting on some unders, of course, to see if some of the lines will move up. But it feels a little different from last year. I know, Spanky was coming on and John just saying about how sharper the lines have gotten, but I feel like the lines are pretty sharp in this game, and maybe that's been the case the last few years, but it's been a little harder to find value, at least on some of the more mainstream, player prop type of props, the exotic novelty props. Some of those move pretty quickly, but yeah, it seems like it's going to be, it's going to be fun to bet on, of course. But yeah, got majority of them down. For this game, it's a tough one because the Eagles' strength of schedule, it's been talked about many a times. They could come in this game and look really flat against a team who's already been in the Super Bowl. And, part of me is worried. I don't want to say this because Eagles Twitter, man, you even say one bad thing about the Eagles, in a weird way. I had this post or a comment, a reply, and I said, hey, maybe the Chiefs' pass defense has looked a little worse because they have been up in a few games. And I got attacked, my DMs, I got to fuck you from a Philly guy. I'm but that's almost how they, how they say hi to people out there. So it's pretty funny. I'm a little worried that the Chiefs could come out and just kind of shock the system, kind of like what we saw in Super Bowl 48 with my Broncos. And I don't remember much of that game because I was blacked out by halftime. So.
Yes. So now I gotta put you on the spot here because I've had my fair share of rivalries with fan bases before, stemming from baseball, Kansas City Royals, hockey, New York Islanders, NFL, Oakland Raiders at the time. This year, the Minnesota Vikings fan bases was not at all happy with me. For you, who are the fan bases that stick out outside of the Eagles that have given you grief over time?
I think one in particular has to be another Philly team, and that's the 76ers. That's kind of the Jokic and Embiid type feud, mini feud that the fans on Twitter have. NBA Twitter is, I think, worse than NFL Twitter, and that's saying a lot. Them, and then I just hate the Dodgers. Anytime the Rockies beat the Dodgers, I just talk shit to the Dodgers we've won a division, and we never have won a division. So I just can't stand LA Dodger fans. But that's just the Rockies fan in me, knowing that we're irrelevant, and so that's the feud there.
Yeah, I echo the same thing. I'm a Blue Jays fan, and competing with the Yankees and Red Sox, I hate those teams. Hate them. But part of it is because they're just consistently good,
and they have money, and they just can get whoever they want. I got to see all these offseason moves by the Dodgers, and we're just sitting around twiddling our thumbs. So it is what it is, but. Yeah, see, there you go, Seth. Yeah. And then anytime you say anything about advanced analytics, it's oh, you guys are nerds, watch the game, whatever. But anyways, let's talk about the Super Bowl, right?
Let's do it. So before we get to your prop, just any, whether you bet it or not, main market side or total, anything that you're leaning, just break down the game for us in terms of what you think is actually going to happen here.
Yeah, so what I said earlier, that's actually what I'm not going to be hoping for. I think the Eagles can win this game. It's just the range of outcome in this game is pretty crazy just because of what I said about the Eagles' strength of schedule. But if the Eagles can get out to an early lead, I do have confidence. I don't think they're a fraudulent team by any means. I think the Eagles would have to be my pick. I like the over two as a lean, but I think the Eagles, that's just kind of somewhat of a biased pick, and I am a Broncos fan too, so maybe subconsciously I'm not rooting for the Chiefs. So hopefully the Eagles can exploit the defense and make stops with Mahomes, and yeah, I think they can win.
All right, you ready to get to the prop?
I am.
All right, Zach, hit it.
Okay, so
a lot of work into that 6-second bumper. We gotta get the use out of it.
Oh, I know how the bumpers go. Zach has some pretty good ones he's done in the past. I like the newsroom one too. We've done.
Yeah.
I'm going with Quez Watkins, And I know, was it John who was just on before me?
Yeah. So
Talking a little bit about that. Go ahead.
And sorry to interrupt you, Ben. I just want to point this out to the audience because we did this show last year on the Circles Off channel. There are going to be people who come on here that disagree with one another. Such is life. You're picking from a bunch of props. Some people are going to like the Chiefs. Some people are going to like the Eagles. Some are going to like the over, the under. Some are going to like some players over,
tails.
under. Yeah, tails. Yeah, some people like tails. Spanky likes heads. It's going to happen. So doesn't matter what other people said. Whatever you're going to go with here, Ben, we'd be happy to hear it and the rationale behind it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the same page with him about there's going to be a guy on that Eagles offense that is just going to have a game and fly over his number. It could be Goddard, it could be Smith, but I'm going to go with Quez Watkins. And one of the reasons why, and I'm actually going with his receiving plus rushing as a little kicker. So he does have 3 rushes on the season. And I think this is where the slight edge in this line lies. It's minus 115 at a few different shops. It's at 12.5, but he does have those 3 rushes on the season. The hard part about trying to figure out if Quez Watkins gets a rush is just we haven't seen Sirianni in a position like this in a Super Bowl. So the trick play, exotic looks, we don't really know what he's going to do yet. But I think there is a chance we see Watkins get a carry in this one. And I also like the standpoint that he is seeing a decent amount of snaps. He saw 57 last week. They didn't really need to use the passing game like they have in the past because they've been up. And the Eagles are a really interesting team. If you watch them throughout the year, their first half numbers they've been covering like crazy because they get off to these leads. And then in the second half, they've blown so many covers. I've been on a few of those where I'm like, shit, I should have just bet them first half. But I hope that this game is close enough where the offense is just going to be more of a first half offense like we've seen throughout the season. And I think Quez Watkins, 12.5, it seems like a short line to me. I understand why it's there, but 2 catches, he's over that. 1 catch, he could be over that. 1 catch and a rush, he's over that. So I think there's a lot of different ways he hits this number, and it's a young Chiefs secondary. I know Snead will be back in. They have some rookies in the secondary. So I'm going to go with his over, Quez Watkins, 12.5, rushing and receiving.
Okay, so Quez Watkins over, rushing and receiving, 12.5. Is there a limit that you would play that on? So either the VIG on it or the number that you would play it up to?
13.5 would probably be my limit. I don't think it's going to get bumped by yards, but I could see it going up by VIG. I would go to like minus 120, and after that, I would just kind of stay away. I know it's 5 cents, but we have to be price sensitive at some point. I think minus 120 is probably the highest I would go, and then maybe if it goes to 13, maybe closer to minus 105. So somewhere around there.
Okay. Sounds good. Ben Carey, over 12.5 rushing plus receiving yards for Quez Watkins. The thing that's like, the rush yards are not built into this at all, by the way, because his receiving yardage total is pretty much in the exact same range. So any rushing would be a bonus. So I haven't looked at rushing and receiving props subjectively. I kind of like this one as well. Ben, I want you to let people know you're doing a Super Bowl stream this weekend as well. Let people know where they can find that, who's going to be on it, what you guys are going to be covering.
Yeah, we have a whole list of people. You're going to be on it, so that's going to be fun. We have Captain Jack. We have a whole list of people joining. Find us on Twitch. It's a 24-hour stream. We're starting early in the morning, Sunday. Nick and I are going to try to power through it. 24 hours is a lot. I get tired doing 4 hours. Like, you're going to be exhausted after this.
Oh,
yeah.
I know. We recorded this last year. It took us probably, it was pre-produced last year. It was about 7 hours. I felt like I ran a marathon. Like it's
done. Insane. Like, It's silly for us to come on and say how like tired it gets because there's people like working manual labor, but
yes, true.
It is what it is. But anyways, it's time for me to go. Best of luck, everyone, and I'll be watching the rest of the show.
Thanks very much, Ben. That's Ben Carey. He is the founder of Capwise. Listen, guys, I know you're talking to a professional here, a professional host. I'll get the guys in and out. Ben, he knew he had to get out. He's like, it's time for me to go. I'm out of here. We will get this on the move. We will keep it on the tracks for sure, 100%. Like I said, large coffee, it's bad news for needing to take a leak. I can't be on here for 6 hours today. It's not going to happen. And I'm not going to blow an air horn to get people out after 10 minutes. Definitely not going to do that either. All right. Our next guest. He's a betting analyst for the game day. He is the host of 90 Degrees, which you can find on the Circles Off channel here on YouTube or wherever you find your podcasts. It's Kevin Davis.
What's up, Rob?
Big fan of the CFL, Kevin Davis, more so than I think a lot of Canadians out there. On the spot, didn't even prep you for this. Who's the team to watch in the CFL next year? If I want to dummy a future right now on 2024 or 23 Grey Cup winner, who am I betting?
Winnipeg.
All right.
They should have won last year, and they won the two years before.
Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Chris Streveler took them to the promised land at one point.
Don't forget Zach Collaros.
Zach Collaros as well. Yes.
They also got a New Jersey guy, Jamarion Grant. He went to Rutgers.
They got a New Jersey guy.
Yeah, as the receiver. I mean, not the receiver. Well, he does receive, but he's special teams.
Okay.
But Willie Jefferson, that guy's a beast.
Well, I would say like if you're if you're playing special teams in the CFL, I don't want to diminish or anything like that, but there's probably, I wouldn't say it's the pinnacle of football, Kevin.
Special teams are more important in the CFL.
Fair enough. You bring up a
Bigger
valid
field.
point. Yes, bigger field for sure. You got to keep your gaps better on those kickoff returns and those punt returns. Plus, there's the no yards penalty as well. Do they still have that in the CFL?
I don't think so.
No, okay. That shows you how much I know. Canadian talking about the CFL. How are things, Kevin? You geared up for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I'm geared up for the Super Bowl. Not a big NFL guy, but sifting through those props, there's some good values. Going to be a lot of sweats because I'm taking a lot of no's, taking a lot of unders. I'm a glutton for punishment, but I see the value.
When you say taking a lot of no's and a lot of unders, what does your Super Bowl prop portfolio look like? Are we talking like a dozen, or are we talking like dozens upon dozens?
Basically, like a dozen minus 500 or worse payouts. And then you have a couple long shots, not too many. But mainly I'm just, kicking back, relaxing because I got the Eagles and Chiefs futures as I started the playoffs. Game day had me do an NFL playoff simulation, and those were my two best bets.
On 90 Degrees this past week, you had Hitman on talking about the Super Bowl. Anything that you specifically learned from that episode in speaking with the Hitman?
The biggest thing I learned is that so many of the props are priced all year long by these sports books. So, it's intriguing. You do the math for these, but when you're done doing the math, most of them are bad bets, is what I found.
Yes, I would tend to agree with that with a few exceptions. Hitman will join us at some point and we can talk about that as well, but agree on that. Now, in terms of side for the Super Bowl, Eagles, Chiefs, one, do you have a rooting interest? And two, who do you think is actually going to win the game?
I don't have a rooting interest. In terms of picking the winner, shoot me now, because I think Eagles win by 1, but the spread is 1.5. So that would make me a Chiefs backer, but I don't recommend betting any side in this game.
So you're calling your shot on Eagles by 1. We talking like a 27-26 type of 24-23? We over or under here?
28-27.
All right. If you're going to say the Eagles are going to win by 1, I might as well have you predict the final score. That way, if it ends up 28-27, we can cut the clip, we can post it to socials, and we can brand you as like the next Nostradamus, basically, of the Hammer Betting Network, right?
I would say not, because when I simulated margin of victory props, all of them were bad value. The best EV I found was minus 0.5% on Chiefs winning by 13-18.
I didn't know that you actually do simulations. Has that been a thing for you for a while?
Yeah. So back in the days, I interviewed for a sportsbook job. They asked a question about Monte Carlos. I'm like, what's that? Didn't get the job, so I figure I might as well learn about Monte Carlo simulations.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that about you. For those that don't know, for the audience, I met Kevin in Vegas at Bet Bash. Actually, I met you in New Jersey at the first Bet Bash, if I recall correctly. But then we actually sat down for breakfast at Bet Bash 2 in Vegas, and we've been interacting ever since. So when I did bring Spanky in off the top to talk about Bet Bash, I wasn't joking about relationships that have affected my personal life. I do think it's a good event for networking and for getting to know people. And now we have him here on Forward Progress, about to give out his favorite bet for the Super Bowl in terms of a prop bet that is widely available. So I'll hand it over to you right now, Kevin. Your favorite prop bet and why?
Come on, Las Vegas, let's go.
I wouldn't describe this as widely available because I've only seen it at Caesars Sportsbook.
Fair enough.
Well, there's a prop, and it's titled, "Will either team miss 2 or more field goals in game?" And I'm taking the no at minus 750.
Okay.
That
I like that. I love where you're doing here, but finish your explanation. Go for it.
Because look, first of all, it has the best EV of all the props I've looked at. Second of all, when I knew I was being on this show, I know that you are triggered by bettors that say never lay the juice, because you always point out you should lay the juice if you have a really big edge. Now, for the actual math behind this, you look at like each kicker. And Butker. See, I don't even know his name. It doesn't matter. 75% for the season. Most of the time, he's about 85%. So that could be a small sample size issue. Elliott, the Eagles kicker, is about 85% as well. And each team, the median NFL team, has 1.9 field goal attempts per game. So if there's only 2 field goal attempts, that's 15% squared, and then you double that number. And I just couldn't believe with that simple math, how big of an edge it is. It's not going to be awful weather. It's just not one of those ones I want to overthink. I'm just going to sweat it out. Well, it's only really a sweat if there's one missed field goal.
Right.
If there's no missed field goals in fourth quarter, I'm chilling out, going to be at a party at the Meadowlands at Giant Stadium, running the field.
Nice. So for the audience here, what Kevin says is right. I get people triggered by people who are like, oh, I'll never lay more than minus 150 on a bet, or I'll never lay more than minus 200, or whatever that number might be. This is a minus 750. It would obviously suck if it loses. However, think about it probabilistically. So if you're just watching this now, if you're in the chat right now, what percentage chance do you think that there's a kicker in this game that misses 2 or more field goals? I'll let the chat dive in here. 2+ field goals, the chances that someone would miss that. And if you're watching this on replay or listening after the fact, think of that number in your head, because we can now convert, we could have always converted a betting line to a percentage. And minus 750 is the equivalent of 88%. So 12% on the other side, I would say that is, I would say this is a major plus EV bet. Now, there's something I have to ask you about, Kevin, as it pertains to this in particular, but it is the Super Bowl, and it's not just a regular game, and there could be higher pressure situations overall. Do you think that factors into the math whatsoever?
No, I think it's another day of work for them. They just show up, kick the field goal. It's not even an away game. It's neutral.
Right. So we got guesses in the chat. It's not Brett Maher, so 5%. Less than 1%, 2.5%, 5%. Ben says 7%. So we've got nowhere near double digits so far. So before anyone criticizes in terms of laying the juice, I think you've identified a pretty solid bet here, Kevin. So I'm glad you went this route. Let's just put it that way. I'm glad you went this route, because there's a lot of people who would not have the balls to do something like that.
I mean, I have another one that's plus 110. That's a novelty prop, but I didn't want to go on there deleting that with that one.
All right. We'll stick with the minus 750. We got to hold you accountable for one prop, and that's it. Appreciate your time, Kevin. All the best, man.
All right. Thank you, Rob. And I can't wait to get clowned on if a kicker misses 2 field goals.
Well, if it happens, it happens. You still made a good bet. You might be poor afterwards, and you may no longer be able to record 90 degrees in your apartment here. You might have to do it from the street. But hopefully all the best. I wish you the best of luck for the Super Bowl, Kevin.
Certainly, and I made sure that the number I bet it at was divisible by 90 in the spirit of the show.
Okay.
$90 bet will give you a $12 profit on this.
There you go. 90 to win
That's
12.
a lot of ramen.
But, I mean, some people could eat for a week. Yeah, I don't know where the beef flavor hat. Where did you even get this from?
Amazon.
There you go.
It's either that or eBay. That's where I get all my Rough Riders gear, even though I got a discount on the team store.
Well, we've come full circle back to the CFL. That's how we know it's time for this interview to end. I appreciate you,
4
Kevin.
more months till CFL season. Let's go.
All the best. We'll talk CFL before it starts. Peace out. Kevin Davis, the host of 90 Degrees Over on the Circles Off YouTube channel. That's probably a first because we've only done this for 2 years so far. A minus 750 at Caesars on no field goal kicker to miss 2 or more field goals. Kevin Davis had Hitman on 90 Degrees last week. I highly suggest that you listen to that interview. And we're going to welcome in the Hitman now. He's a pro sports bettor. He's a handicapper at pregame.com. Stole his nickname from a wrestling legend, Bret the Hitman Hart, Canadian. Where did you get? I think I've asked you this before, but I need to know the story on the hit. Did you self-appoint yourself the Hitman?
No, I had a username that was called TH the Man, but like some of the the was misspelled with an A. I made that up when I was like 13 years old. So it kind of that was kind of like my gambling forum name. And then a few people are like, yeah, nobody can read that. It makes no sense. So let's just call you the Hitman. I'm a wrestling fan also. So Bret Hart's not my favorite wrestler, but I'm a big old school wrestling fan. By the way, Rob, 2 of my partners are messaging me right now, and they're saying they're like, hey, Tom Hitman said you and Rob look alike. What do you think about that? Should I take that as a compliment in your opinion? How should I treat that?
Well, I have a major receding hairline.
I got a little bit left.
Still. Yeah, here's the thing. Like I've been going to the same barber for years, and he's a good dude. So he tells me like, oh, it's not getting much worse. Like the damage is done. It's been the same now for a few years. So there's that. Aside from that, I would say I don't think I'm an ugly guy.
It's just the hairline that they're trying to attack. That I'm kind of. If you watch Seinfeld, the episode where George was talking to Elaine's boyfriend, he was saying the enemy is advancing. You have about a year, 2 years. So I don't know. Bosley's been blowing up my phone. So because I went for a trial there just to like get a price, see what the price was. So I don't know. Maybe if I have a good Super Bowl, I'll take them up on it. Yes.
So we got a compliment. They say it's a compliment that I'm fine as hell. So, I don't know necessarily, but I feel like whoever said it was making a personal attack on you, comparing. But I don't think I'm that ugly of a guy. I don't think I'm probably like 50th percentile in looks, like just average,
There we go. There we go. I'm not here to judge that, but I'm sure we got some females in the audience that could judge that.
I gotta talk just for 1 minute some old school wrestling because I was hated on by all my friends growing up because Bret Hart had the feud with Shawn Michaels for many years, and it was like a Canada versus US type of thing. And I was a huge Shawn Michaels fan growing up. So I was like the only Canadian guy who's rooting for Shawn Michaels in all those matches. But I assume that was like probably a big thing in your youth as well.
Yeah. I was more of a Shawn Michaels guy growing up, but if I had to pick like my guys that I really rooted for, I love Undertaker and Kane. I'm just fascinated with the whole like Kane kills the Undertaker comes back to life, Undertaker sets him on fire, the whole thing. Paul Bearer, I was just always fascinated by that. So that's kind of my top wrestling guys, but I love all of them. I watch the old documentaries, Mick Foley, all that stuff. You can't watch it really now, but I mean, I could rewatch those episodes like it's a sitcom.
Yeah, I don't want to turn it into a wrestling podcast, but like when Vince McMahon, like when he was like the big heel in the WWE, and he had like the corporate ministry with the Undertaker, that can never be topped. Like that was just the pinnacle Attitude Era was just so good.
Pinnacle of my life. We could call it that.
I mean, it's the amount I was so obsessed with wrestling at that time. So obsessed with wrestling. People are giving you a big advantage in the head-to-head hairline matchups. So, yeah. I mean, I would bet the limit on Hitman at plus 1.5 inches on hairline. Let me make it clear on hairline.
There we go. Like I said, good Super Bowl, then we might have a change coming.
Yes.
Good Super Bowl.
All right. Let's go with your favorite prop bet that's widely available. I know a lot of people are tuning in here. Before we get to it, though, Hitman, before you tune in, we got to get use out of this 6-second bumper that we created. So we're going to hit the bumper, and then we'll get your pick.
Come on, Las Vegas, let's go.
All right.
All right. So this is widely available. A few PPHs, all the domestics have this. Kadarius Toney, over 24.5 receiving yards. So this number is a little bit suppressed from last week. Last week it was 35.5 at one point, and that was with McCole Hardman. And McCole Hardman is kind of a Toney-esque player where you're going to run some sweeps to him, throw screens to him, all that stuff. So obviously Hardman's out for this game. Juju has had some knee swelling. They said it could flare up on him really at any point. It happened last Friday before they played the Bengals. And obviously the Toney number is suppressed because he's an injury-prone player. But you look at, you're getting such a discount, and he kind of has the good matchup in the slot against this Eagles pass defense. And he's played 21 snaps in the postseason, has 11 targets in those 21 snaps. Now you can project that he'll be on the field a little bit more with no Hardman and Juju not 100%. And if you listen to the reports that are coming out of Kansas City about the health of these receivers, it's pretty much widely reported right now that, they really knew that Toney was going to play ever since after they won the AFC Championship. He was considered to be the most healthy player to play in this game. So we're getting positive reports on his health. I'm going to hate myself when he catches one pass for 23 yards and gets injured. I'll hate myself, but it's just too low of a number, in my opinion. So we're going Toney over 24.5 receiving yards.
So I know you said 24.5 Hitman, but 23.5 is the main market number right now. I think you kind of put a show note beforehand that you'd play it up to 24.5, but 23.5 is widely available. Like everywhere you can get a 23.5. Now, obviously you pay different VIG, but even like minus 115 is pretty widely out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to go over be a little less conservative. Be conservative on the number, but yep, 23.5, obviously. Yep. Perfectly fine.
Just really quickly while I have you, did you make an early bet into the side or total market?
Yeah, I bet Kansas City. And there's a lot of shops. So I live near the Philadelphia area, obviously in Jersey, South Jersey. And there was a lot of rogue numbers out there. There was like I have some +3, minus 110. I have some 3.5. I have some good money at more juice. I have some good money lines, but Kansas City would have been a small bet by me regardless, even if I was just getting the +110, +115. That's the side that I like in this game.
Fair enough. I think we have a pretty even distribution of people today who like opposite sides of the game, and it's not surprising when the spread is basically 1 now, and almost a coin flip. Appreciate you joining me here, Hitman. All the best in the Super Bowl. And it's good to find out that you actually didn't steal your nickname from Bret Hart. That would have been a little bit disappointing.
There we go. Like Eddie Guerrero, lie, cheat, and steal.
Lie, cheat, and steal. That's Joey Knish's model right there, actually, who will join us later on. Full Masked Kane was great. I was a big fan of
Masked Kane is better than Unmasked Kane, although Unmasked Kane, his storylines were impeccable when he's burning JR on fire and all that. But yeah, Masked Kane for me.
Lots of wrestling chatter here, but at the end of the day, Bret screwed Bret. We can all agree that you're going to leave the WWE and not relinquish the title. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Maybe they'll say it about me one day. Hitman screwed Hitman,
Screwed Hitman. That'll be a new catchphrase. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
All right. That's a Hitman. Follow him on Twitter at Hitman428. Really quickly, reminder here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure you hit that like button. We got about 300 concurrent viewers or so. We got 45 likes. Absolutely unacceptable. I've had to pee for the last 30 minutes and I'm on air for another 3 hours. We need more likes. We need more likes, people. All right, we move on. Keep it going. Our next guest, he's an analyst at 4for4.com. He is an NFL originator that does things a little bit differently. Josiah Clark at Sharp Clark NFL joins us here on Forward Progress. How's it going?
Good to see you, Rob. Good to meet you in person or over the internet.
Yeah, the old e-meet. I'm curious to talk to you. So it's our first interaction outside of Twitter. So like a human interaction, I'll call it, because I don't consider Twitter human interactions a lot of the time. For the audience out there, I did watch the video that you put out, short form video of how you handicap the NFL. I've been following you for a while now. I've seen your stuff in the space. But for those who are tuning in here, let people know how your handicapping style might be a little bit different than other originators in the NFL market.
Yeah, so when I'm trying to bet on a game, I'm trying to think if something unpredictable happens, if we see a version of this team that is materially better or materially worse than what we're expecting, why would that be? And so, I try to understand teams as different archetypes and different situations are going to play into different teams' strengths and weaknesses in different ways. That can be matchups, that can be game flows, that can be, any number of things. And so assuming that the market is generally fairly efficient, especially on NFL sides, I'm just basically trying to pick and choose spots where I think that something the market's not accounting for is going to swing this game, or more likely to swing this game in one direction than the other. And that's kind of my approach to betting sides.
Interesting. And a lot of this comes from just watching the actual games and being affluent with game tape and breaking down things play by play.
Yeah, I watch every snap of every game, and I have a grading system that I use. I've been developing for 3 years now, and always improving it, but it's basically trying to measure effectiveness, like overall, how likely was this team to be successful on offense and defense, and then kind of go from there.
Interesting. So in this particular matchup, Chiefs and Eagles for the Super Bowl, obviously there's a variety of talking points. There's a number of ways that people can break it down. I've heard all sorts of things this week, as you are going to hear in Super Bowl week, right? But in your opinion, what's maybe something that's a little bit under the radar that hasn't been widely talked about? Maybe something that's kind of like a hidden matchup advantage for one of these teams here.
Yeah, that's almost impossible to find at this point because of what you were saying. But the Eagles are just built to be successful when they're in control of the game, especially on offense. And so I think this Super Bowl comes down to the matchup of the Eagles offensive line against the Chiefs defensive line. There's two ways the Eagles can succeed. First is like in the Titans game where Hurts has all day to throw on every play. If that's the case, he's going to, A.J. Brown catches everything that's thrown in his vicinity, and good luck keeping up with Devonta Smith for 4 seconds in a play. The other way that they would succeed is the Packers game, where the Packers sold out in coverage and Hurts had these 30-yard open fields to walk through, basically. Yeah. If either of those two things happen, it's going to be a long day for the Chiefs defense, and the Eagles will play to the level that we're used to seeing them because they've been playing with the lead so much this year and playing in control of games. But if that doesn't happen and it's Hurts in the pocket, he can't escape, can't get out there, and they're actually getting pressure on Hurts, then I think we could see a materially worse Eagles offense. And so if the Chiefs build a lead in this, I disappeared somehow. If the Chiefs build a lead in this game, it could kind of go one-way action. And I think alt spreads on the Chiefs are definitely an option. Live bets on the Chiefs if they take the lead are an option. In a way that doesn't apply in the reverse because Patrick Mahomes is so good when playing from behind.
Interesting. I like that. Kind of a live market approach that people can take into the game. I hate to bring up bad memories, and I'm going to preface this by saying I think, obviously, we don't know what would have happened in the San Fran-Philly game had Brock Purdy not been injured early on in that game. Now, the Eagles obviously forced that injury. It was something that they did on the field that caused that injury to happen, but we didn't see a fair shakeout of that game. And I know that you like San Francisco in that game. In your opinion, was San Fran a tougher matchup for the Eagles than the Kansas City Chiefs? Which of those two teams do you think was actually matches up better with the Philadelphia Eagles?
I think the 49ers were a tougher test for the Eagles because everything, like I said, it comes down to that defensive line against the offensive line, and the 49ers have the best defensive front in the NFL. And I rewatched that game after a week and a half of separation, devoid of the emotions. And I thought that the Eagles offense really played poorly throughout the game. even early on, they were relying on a miracle catch by AJ Brown and then Devonta Smith dropping a pass that wasn't challenged to even score on that first drive. And then they had, I think, 2 consecutive 3-and-outs. They weren't moving the ball well in offense. And I think the Chiefs defense is just going to be easier for the Eagles to push around. And so it's more likely the Eagles are going to be in a favorable situation against the Chiefs than against the healthy 49ers.
Before we get into your prop here, your hat's getting a lot of love. People are a big fan of the a cash fancy hat at plus 110. Hat's definitely getting a lot of love here. I also just, shameless plug here as well. But for those that don't know, someone said, ask him what his thoughts are on Steve Fezzik. So Steve Fezzik is the guest on Circles Off this week, which is on the Circles Off YouTube channel. I did ask him about you in particular, Josiah. So he gave a response, and I think he kind of retracted a little bit on his previous statements. But I mean, the floor is yours if you want to say anything in defense of that. So the argument here is like the efficiency of the closing line in the NFL and whether or not you can have a number that is significantly off market. I mean, I'll leave it up to you to talk about that in any way you want.
Yeah, I just think that different people have different goals when they're betting. And I'm not a professional bettor. I don't make my living betting on sports. For me, this is a hobby that I'm extremely passionate about, and I do risk meaningful amounts of money to me on the NFL. But my goal is to become the best NFL sides bettor in the world, not to make money gambling. And so when those are 2 different goals, and I'm not working towards the same things that someone like Steve Fezzik is working towards. So I think that accounts for some of our difference.
And I'm going to come to your defense here because I think, Clark, is that a hoodie with drawstrings and buttons? Here is also a hoodie with drawstrings and buttons as well. So it kind of worked out. I think it's very fashionable. So I'm not going to accept any slander for the drawstrings and buttons look. Absolutely
Definitely
not. Yes. Good look. All right, Josiah, let's get to your favorite prop. Again, quick bumper. We got to make use of this 6-second bumper that we made. Pick is in.
Come on, Las Vegas, let's go.
Go for it.
I'm playing under 5.5 sacks total in the Super Bowl. It's minus 115 on DraftKings right now. The primary angle here is Patrick Mahomes. He's incredible at escaping sacks. And what I've heard a little bit is that with the gimpy ankle, he's more likely to take sacks, but that's actually been the opposite. When he is forced to play within the pocket, he is more likely to give up on a play by throwing the ball away than trying to extend it. And so he had 0 sacks against the Jags. He had 3 sacks against the Bengals, but one of them was a 0-yard. He scrambled that didn't quite make it to the line of scrimmage. One was a flick pass to a running back where his shin barely touched the ground before he got rid of it. And the third was when the ball popped out of his hand on that quick pass. That was considered a sack. So there's his 3 sacks. He had 3 sacks total in 3 games against the 49ers and Broncos this year, who are the best defenses that he played against. And I just don't think that the Eagles are going to actually sack him, even if they pressure him. And then the other side, you've got Chris Jones leading the charge for the Chiefs defensive front, but internal pressure doesn't really hamper mobile quarterbacks as much as it does statues. So Jalen Hurts can escape the pocket when Chris Jones comes up the middle. So I think both sides are set up for fewer sacks than we're anticipating. I don't care that these were the 2 highest sack teams in the league. I think sacks have more to do with quarterback play than they do with defense.
I would tend to agree with you on that. So the play is under 5.5 total sacks, minus 115 at DraftKings, and that's playable up to what number?
Probably minus 125. I'd probably cap it there.
Okay, so anyone tuning in late, or if there's a movement, line movement on the game, up to minus 125, I agree. That was a very good breakdown, and it seems like people are liking that prop as well. First time I think there's been a unanimous prop agreement so far today. So I don't know if that's a curse or not, but hopefully it's not.
It doesn't strike my contrarian nature very well.
Yes. Follow him on Twitter at @SharpClarkNFL, Clark with an E at the end. Appreciate you, Josiah. Thanks for jumping in here today.
Thanks, Rob.
All right. Check out his stuff, 4for4.com. I like that play as well. And I agree. I think we get often hung up on the fact that teams are very good at pressuring the quarterback. And obviously there's a scenario where the Eagles can get a ton of pressure in this game. Like it can happen. But that sack number is high with the mobility of these quarterbacks altogether. And definitely quarterback play, I think, is extremely relevant when talking about the sack market altogether. All right, we're waiting on our next guest here. I'll throw him under the bus when he comes in. While we're at it, a few things that I can talk about in particular for this game. Once again, if you haven't liked the broadcast so far, hit the like button. It takes like 2 seconds. It's one thing if you don't want to subscribe, but at least hit the like button. But subscribe too. You can turn off notifications if it bothers you, but it's probably best to have them on. We go live a couple times a week, actionable info. So I do want to point this out. Eric says hard to locate these sometimes. I agree. In a perfect world, every sportsbook, you'd be able to locate every prop in like a very easy nature. Some of the search functions work a lot better than others, but it is what it is. And it is available. I have it pulled up right in front of me right now at DraftKings. We're again confirming that all of these are available. Go to game props, sack prop. Seth got it right there for everyone else out there. We've already moved the line at Caesars on the field goal prop. Minus 750 to minus 1,000. Honestly, minus 1,000 is probably a little bit short on that one as well. Everyone's saying this is a good opportunity for a piss break. Honestly, what is this Super Bowl stream if I'm not going to power through and suffer? That's part of why I do these Super Bowl streams. Props betting extravaganza. There's an element of suffering that when you're done, it makes you feel like you've conquered something. I really believe that. And like Ben Carey said when he was on, it's not like I have to go out in, minus 10 degree weather and work construction today or something. I'm just at a desk having to talk about the sport that I love the most, that I absolutely love the most. Also, Hitman moved the market on his prop up to 25.5. That tends to happen with the Hitman. He's definitely considered one of the absolute best when it comes to betting props. Okay, our next guest. You can follow him on Twitter at Adjusted Baseline, just ADG Baseline. He's the founder at Betscope. You can check it out, betscope.io. I was about to say former Jeopardy champion, but he takes offense to that. He's just a Jeopardy champion. He's not a former Jeopardy champion. Colin Davey, how's it going?
Once a Jeopardy champion, always a Jeopardy champion. Thank you so much. I was ready to derail it with a normal Jeopardy chat until I saw Gloomhaven in the background. So good to see that you're a fellow sicko. My friends and I just had our first wipe where you realized you spent 3 hours assembling a map. You have nothing to show for your Saturday night. The game watches you clean up afterwards. And so there's no, until you've been cucked by a board game, you haven't really lived. So, we're very pro Gloomhaven over here.
I actually, I might just get a tattoo of that. Until you've been cucked by a board game, you've barely lived.
There is no other way to describe it.
Yes, so listen, we're going to get into a little geek mode here for a second, but Gloomhaven is fantastic. For people who don't know, this is widely considered the best board game of all time, but it's a scenario type of game. So it's not like a one and done. You're playing, you're upping the level of your character, you're getting new cards and so on and so forth. It is highly addictive. And just it takes some getting used to, but once you get into it, it's an absolute banger of a board game, I would have
Last
to say.
question on this before we get into the picks. What's your preferred class? Because I'm still on some of the starter ones.
So of the starter classes, I prefer the Cragheart.
I hate the Cragheart. I'm more of a Tinkerer man myself. It's like doing homework the whole time, where it's just my vibe.
So the Tinkerer is very much I think that would say a lot about your personality as a person. You're more of a thoughtful, helping person. That's not me. That's not my characteristic. I prefer to be the Brute or the Cragheart to start. But I've gone into I'm not going to, no spoilers here for the characters you'll unlock or anything like that, but it's a really, really well assembled game. This is actually a very funny comment.
All right, we're just gonna do a full Gloom chat later on, but I don't know, maybe we should do Super Bowl picks.
Yeah, before people start dropping off. Quickly before we get into your prop, any opinion on the game, like rooting interest, something that you've bet, side or total, or are you just like, nah, indifferent?
No, once now that I'm looking at like what the market sees on Betscope, I'm all in the props because that's where the fun is at. Like similar to that, and actually, can I do a screen share here? I feel like we'll figure this out on the fly. Like maybe.
Let me see if I don't know if I can get you to add to the stream. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Let's
All
throw
right.
it up.
Yeah, so we'll do a live demo here. No, we're going to go through it. So I'm kind of getting in right into the middle of it, doing a little demo of the site that I have, Betscope here. It's somewhere between an odds comparison tool and a discovery and correlations engine to figure out if you like one bet, what other bets would you like on the board. By way of a quick example, let's say that we have the game here around like Eagles -1.5. Let's say you think they're going to romp. You think it should really be a 4-point line. What we'll do is you can put in any single one bet that you would like to make. And in a world in which you're correct, all the other bets on the board should be different as well. So we will run updated numbers, recorrelate all the other numbers, and run those updated numbers against every price of the board, giving you a list of recommended bets that you should be making. So that is the demo in a nutshell. So one of the things that I actually like on the prop, and funnily enough, it did just get changed, was Justin Watson, who PointsBet had at over 20.5 receiving yards, -125 versus the market consensus 16. I'm sure we can find a different one example here where Jerick McKinnon at over 3.5 -149, or under 3.5 -149 is a pretty big outlier compared to over 2.5 -149. And I did want to go through why I like these particular bets and why we have this set up at Betscope. So when you're line shopping on all these props, what you'll encounter all the time is you're going to have different line values and different prices. And we all know the importance of line shopping at the spread. We all internally know what is the difference between a half point and a point for major markets and spreads. We don't give the same rigor to props. Let's take a look at Boston Scott's rush yards, for example, where you can see Win has it, at 7.5. PointsBet has it at -10.5 with slightly different prices on which side. Mm-hmm. I'll put you on the spot. If you like either side, which of these bets do you think is the best? And it basically comes down to what do you think the exact probability is of hitting 8, 9, or 10 yards? And I think the recreational bettor will look at those and say, it's a small number. It's not that big of a deal. But at some point, those yardages add up, and you have to account for it. One of the things that one of our approaches for this line comparison that we have at Betscope is we use a distribution-based approach to evaluating all those different overall numbers. We do have a standalone calculator over here that will let you put in a single line and get fair market prices for all of the other values of that prop, so you can effectively line shop and do an apples-to-apples comparison. And once you have that distribution-based approach where you can seamlessly compare all the numbers, it is the closest thing I have seen to having matrix vision on the prop markets, where you're able to look at every single price and evaluate it and line shop most accordingly. Most people don't do this because this distribution-based math is very difficult. We do it automatically at Betscope to flag the outlier lines and basically widely expand your range of weak prices that you can hit. I've been talking way too long. I know we've talked about this approach a million times.
No, obviously I mean, listen, for tons of bettors out there, this is like I don't want to say a license to print money, but because you're still subject to variance and so on and so forth. But for people who don't know how to beat sports or don't want to put in a ton of work, it's probably one of the easiest ways is just to pick off these off-market prices. Or, I mean, if they want to use the tool to formulate an opinion on props based off of their opinion on the game, it's kind of a one of a kind in that sense, because you don't see a lot of other sites that allow you to do that. But I do have to put you on the spot, Colin, and ask for a Super Bowl prop pick, the one that you are most confident in at the time of this live stream right now.
God, it was Justin Watson under 25 or under 24.5 at PointsBet a while ago. You can even see it still there in the sheet. At this point, I'd probably shift to something like Jerick McKinnon under 3.5 at -149 at PointsBet. We've identified that as a source of value. Specifically, the 149 price shows value. The 179 price does not. So I'm going to go Jerick McKinnon under 3.5 receptions, minus 149 at PointsBet.
I have that up on my screen right now. It is available. Some of the market is at 3.5, and some of the market is at 2.5 here overall. Is there a limit as to what you would play this 3.5? Like that this is definitely an outlier right now. FanDuel's minus 180 on the under. Is there a limit that you'd go to the 3.5 till on the under?
You can, like, I'm putting that into our distribution calculator right now, and it'll tell you the fair market prices. Like, I'd say just to build in some margin of safety, probably like anything down to like minus 155, minus 160, like that should show a little bit of value there.
Fair enough. Colin Davey, Jeopardy champion, not former Jeopardy champion. I mean, technically, yes, but I agree. Once a champion, always a champion. Betscope.io. You can check it out. Thanks, Colin, very much. Everyone, you can follow him on Twitter at Adjusted Baseline as well.
And Betscope.io for the tool, of course.
Perfect.
Colin
All right,
Davey. Thanks, Rob.
Enjoy the Super Bowl. To Colin. Yeah, I'm looking at the market right now. Half of it is 3.5, half of it's 2.5. You can actually get some good prices on the under 2.5, in my opinion, as well, at plus 140 range. Yeah, the plus 140s are Canby books across the board there. And that looks like a little bit of an outlier as well. So you'd have to have an opinion on Jerick McKinnon under. Had Ben Carey on earlier, talked about how nice his hair was. Very jealous of his hair. Also very jealous of this man's hair. He's the host of Chasing That Paper on Vegas Insider. You know him from teaser time here on Forward Progress. Joe Osborne, how's it going?
Rob, I'm fighting the battle too. It's going in the wrong direction, right? And I know my dad is bald. My mom's dad was bald.
See, that doesn't make sense because you're supposed to get the gene from your mother's father, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going in the wrong direction. I'll continue to fight, though. Been spending most of the morning today trying to avoid the LeBron MJ debates on Twitter. When I was new to Twitter, like when LeBron went to the Heat, like I would battle with complete strangers over the, like, hey, he's not in the wrong for going to Miami, all these other, the big three in Boston. Then I kind of learned the hard way. It's like I've wasted hours of my life debating strangers on the internet. And I kind of dipped my foot in this morning because, you know, the debate started up. LeBron has a scoring record. And I said, hey, it's I think it's the height of stupidity to hold LeBron's finals record against him. Avalanche of people coming at me. I mean, I think, yeah, I would probably say, not to get too much into this, but the fact that Jordan is 6-0 in the finals, I think that probably clinches it. However, he has not faced the same level of competition that LeBron has.
So these types of arguments in sport, first of all, like different eras are always difficult for one. But, you know, playoff record, regular season record, longevity, like what LeBron James did last night is an indicator of longevity. Like having, I think, maybe the best overall career. Like Michael Jordan left the game for years to play baseball. He came back. He wasn't the same Michael Jordan. So from that perspective, you can say, yeah, okay, LeBron is the GOAT, but what about at the peak of their play? And to me, that was Jordan. But I make that same argument for the NFL because, listen, notorious Tom Brady hater here. Like, I hate Tom Brady. I bet no one in the history of sports has cost me more money than betting against Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. So there's a little bit of a bias here. But Tom Brady, to me, at his height, like at the pinnacle of his career, at the top, I think there were many quarterbacks that were better than Brady at their peak. I think even Peyton Manning at his peak was better than Tom Brady, but you can't argue against the 7 Super Bowl rings. So I just hate having these debates altogether because there's no like real definition of what defines the greatest player of all time in a specific sport.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great. LeBron has more low points than Jordan. The finals against the Dallas Mavericks, you can absolutely hold that against him. But if you even bring up, like, hey, I think it's pretty close, the Michael Jordan side of things, they look at you like you're a complete idiot. Like, there's people that think LeBron actually sucks at basketball, so I cannot engage in these debates, you know?
Yes, I mean, it's frustrating, certainly. But that's what happens. You build up a big social media following, and you're going to get more comments, right? There's more visibility. It comes with the territory for sure. Really quickly, did you stay up last night to watch the Lakers Thunder?
I did not. Okay. I bet on the Thunder plus 6.5. They've been great as a road underdog this season, and I thought the stats really backed it up. But no, I'm out here on the Atlantic time zone, so that game started at like 11:50 my time. I think I caught the first quarter, and I think I checked my phone. I think it was halftime. I fell asleep on the couch. It was halftime, and LeBron had 20, and I went to bed thinking, okay, he's probably going to set the record, and he did.
Yeah, I remember the trips out to Halifax, and I'd be in the hotel room for like Monday Night Football, and by the time, the extra hour makes all the difference. Like the second half is watching me asleep on the bed is what it comes down to. But the people here are jonesing. They're here for the props. As Johan or Johan, you can pronounce it several ways. Johan, probably, like Johan Santana. Here for the props. Joe Osborne, favorite Super Bowl 57? 57, I think we are. Favorite Super Bowl 57 prop.
Yeah, I like a lot. I took Hurts under 31.5 pass attempts. I took Pacheco over 49.5 rush yards. Kelsey back to the well on that one, over 79.5 receiving yards. But my favorite one here, I love Boston Scott. Anytime touchdown coming in at plus 450. And my reasons are pretty simple. He's been pretty hot in terms of getting into the red zone. He's scored in 4 of his last 5 games. A lot of touches in the red zone here in recent weeks. He has a rush attempt inside the 5 in 3 straight games. And as a lot of people probably know, the Kansas City Cheifs defense absolutely stinks in the red zone. They ranked 30th coming into this game in opponent red zone touchdown conversion percentage. So, yeah, I think a pretty good number there on Boston Scott. That's a guy they like handing off to in the red zone. So, plus 450 on that one.
I think a very interesting thing about this Super Bowl is the dynamic of the Eagles' backfield altogether. And also, honestly, the Chiefs' backfield now with Clyde Edwards-Helaire coming off of IR and how he's going to fit in. I mean, I'm not disagreeing at all. I actually have no strong opinion on how the Eagles are going to run things with their backfield. But I think there's like a wide range of outcomes in what we could possibly see from the running backs in this game when we have essentially 6 players, 3 players that are utilized in each team's backfield. And you add in Jalen Hurts and possibly a mobile Patrick Mahomes on top of it. I think the rushing yardage in this game, good luck trying to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, I took a wild swing on Boston Scott to win MVP of the game, 200-1. Right now, am I predicting that happens? Absolutely not. But I could see a situation where maybe the Eagles win the game and Jalen Hurts doesn't completely fill it up through the air, which would maybe eliminate him and the receivers on the Eagles. And maybe a situation where Boston Scott's getting those touches in the red zone. And you take a look at the box score at the end of the game, and he's got 2 touchdowns. And maybe there's no one else to give it to. So 200-1, I put $50 on that just for something silly. It's a Super Bowl. So, bit of a long shot bet there.
Do you have a rooting interest in the side in the game?
No, I kind of think the Eagles, a lot of people seem to be leaning that way, I guess. Pretty simple logic. I think the offenses are fairly even. I think that the Eagles have obviously a better defense, and they seem to be more healthy coming into the game. I do like over quite a bit. I got it at 49.5. Main reasons for this one. Both teams are extremely clutch on both third down and then the red zone, each in the top 4 in the NFL. They both rack up big chunk plays, 1 and 2 in passing plays of 20-plus yards. I just pointed out the Chiefs stink in the red zone. And this is going to be the biggest challenge of the season for the Eagles defense. A very good defense, absolutely. But if you look at the opposing list of quarterbacks they face this season, not very impressive at all. So they're a good defense, absolutely. Maybe not as great as all their stats indicate, though.
For sure. Joe, let people know about where they can find Chasing That Paper daily.
Absolutely, yeah. We run daily, Monday through Friday, cover basically every sport that there is to cover. Vegas Insider YouTube channel every day at 11 Eastern.
Check it out. Joe Osborne, follow him on Twitter as well. JTF, I got to ask you now, because I've just realized this right now. For years, I've seen this Twitter handle and didn't put it together. So JTF Oz. The T is obviously, TF, some sort of middle names you got?
I have 2 middle names, Timothy Francis.
Joseph Timothy Francis Osborne. Learn something new every day. Learn something new every day. Thanks,
I
Joe.
probably should have went with something more creative, but it's stuck, and here we are.
I'm just I'm just been my name forever, so it is what it is. Could be worse.
Yes, all right, my
Joe.
man. Enjoy the game. Good luck with your bets.
You too. Check out Joe Osborne, Chasing That Paper, Vegas Insider. Also, teaser time, powered by Betfred Sportsbook here on the Hammer Betting Network. We're keeping tight to time. It's been good so far. Definitely just want to point out, Joe mentioned plus 450 at DraftKings. There are some plus 500s on the board for Boston Scott, anytime touchdown, FanDuel, PointsBet. If you're in Ontario, Pinnacle has it as well. Plus 500, Boston Scott, anytime touchdown would be the best market price. Obviously, you feel free to bet wherever you want. I would suggest using multiple sports books, but try to get the best price wherever you can. Let's keep the train moving. He's the sports betting manager for 4for4 football, 4for4 bets, and BetSperts. He's the host of Move the Line. It's Connor Allen here on Forward Progress. Connor, good to chat with you.
Likewise, Rob. I appreciate you having me on, and I'm frankly impressed that you're able to go for 4 hours without going to the bathroom and bring on 25 different guests. I mean, just impressive stuff for sure.
It's 23. I quickly had to count how many I've done so far because I'm starting to feel it. But you're number 9, so we're getting there. We're almost halfway. I'm feeling good. Overall. I mean, listen, you were doing content in the space. It's Super Bowl week. Shit needs to be done, right?
Oh yeah. At this point, I mean, I think I'm up to 14, 15 different spots during this week, and I love it. It's the last game of the season, so it doesn't get much better than this.
What do you do in the off season? I know you're a huge NFL fan. Anything else that you're handicapping when football's done?
Draft obviously is massive. I'll do some college basketball stuff. I kind of start to dip my toes in there. I know I'm not one of the hardcore guys who grinds it all year, but frankly, just don't have the mental capacity, during football season to also pay attention to every single college basketball team. But I'll start going hard on that, basically right after the Super Bowl ends.
So I'm very interested to get to your prop, which we will do in a second. I know from a lot of people who I respect that you were very successful in betting NFL props this year. I think you're a guy that actually thinks outside the box a lot too. I've started to dabble in props in recent years, but I stick to the very straightforward player props, receiving yards, rushing yards, receptions. I've seen you go off the board with some stuff, so I'm interested to hear about that. But just from a major market perspective for this Super Bowl, Eagles and Chiefs, anything that you've personally wagered on already, any rooting interest you have, or even just some sort of subjective lean on the game where you think that the game's going to unfold in a certain way?
Yeah, I played some over at 49.5 early in the week, and I still like it here at 50.5. And I think that it's because there's two pretty clear edges for me on both sides of the ball. I think the Eagles offense has a really big advantage in the trenches against this Chiefs running defense that has only played against 6 teams who have rushing offenses who rank in the top 16, according to the Football Outsiders DVOA. In the 4 games where they weren't playing against a backup quarterback, or the Bengals last week where they were missing 3 starting offensive linemen, in the other 4 games that we're looking at, they allowed over 6 yards per carry. I think it was around 400 something total yards in those 4 games. And on the other side of the ball, I've been getting hate all week for it, but I think that the Eagles defense is a little bit overrated in this spot. When we look at the Super Bowl, I really think that contextualizing the matchup and looking at comparable opponents is really important because, what does the third string quarterback of San Francisco have anything to do with Patrick Mahomes? I think that's just so not comparable at all. So if we look at who they've played against, any just top 16 offenses, they played against five games against top 16 offenses, according to DVOA. They allowed 30.2 points per game, 2.9 points per drive. Their passing EPA fell from 1st to 20th. And I don't want to say they're bad. I think they have a lot of awesome players. They're probably a good unit, maybe, in that 5 to 10 range. But again, for Patrick Mahomes, for this Chiefs offense, I think this is a whole other level that they haven't faced yet. So I think both teams score pretty successfully here.
Interesting. I tend to agree with that as well. I didn't end up playing a total in the game, but that was certainly the way that I would lean on the game altogether. Just in terms of your prop betting for the Super Bowl. So again, people speak very highly of you when it comes to props. Great season altogether. I'm curious what your Super Bowl prop portfolio looks like quantity of props first and foremost, and how much of that was okay, I bet this stuff early last week versus how much is I'm waiting now? Obviously, you get the old adage of bet overs early, bet unders late. Basically, how much of your portfolio do you think you filled already, and what does that look like overall?
Yeah, I think we're at about 75 to 80%. And I think that, I do bet early, especially with the Super Bowl when there's, enough liquidity across all the markets. Like there's, every sports book was basically posting on whatever the day after the conference championships. And then you're able to get, a little bit more down there on, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we played a bunch there. Played like your standard, Miles Sanders rushing over at like 55, things like that are a little bit more stale at this point. And I thought some team totals that were a little bit off, you're getting like, and then the key numbers like Chiefs team total 23.5 was around there for a while. That's like 24.5. So I just thought that number, was a little bit off there. But in general, like with my whole portfolio, I think there's the key scenario here is the Chiefs wide receivers and how that shakes out. Like I'm really waiting to see how that plays out because I think that there can be some awesome betting opportunities like late in the week. If, right now we're looking at Mecole Hardman is for sure out, but say Kadarius Toney doesn't play or how like is Juju going to be banged up? Like Justin Watson could play a bigger role. Sky Moore could play a bigger role. How that could impact longest completion. It could impact rushing attempts. Like how many players are getting like the end around. So it's like those types of things that I'm waiting. And that's probably gonna be the rest of my portfolio come, Saturday, Sunday, when we kind of have, I think, a better idea of what we'll see there.
Some of those great early numbers that you got. So for example, Miles Sanders over 55.5. We now see FanDuel at 61.5. Do you put any in consideration into trying to set yourself up for a middle on these that have moved a bunch, or are you just happy to hold that original position?
Yeah, I'm going to hold the original position because I thought that's like 62. I think is about fair to be honest. Because that's at least 1 to 2 extra carries. And with props, they're so volatile that like generally the middles on these have to be like significant, for passing yards has to be, like 30, 40 yards for me to even consider it at that point. Personally, I just don't think there's enough of an edge with given the volatility of props that like it's not obviously as sharp as, sides and totals relative to the closing line. So
absolutely. So let's get into it. I mean, the people are here for the prop picks. Got some people who really craving the picks in the chat over the course of the last hour or so. Connor Allen, your favorite Super Bowl prop that is currently available in the market?
Yeah, this one's a little bit off the board here compared to a normal one, but I like Patrick Mahomes to have a higher completion rate than Jalen Hurts. This is minus 120 at Canby shops. And if you can't find this, I also think that you could play Patrick Mahomes higher passer rating. That's very widely available, but you're paying around minus 140 at DraftKings, minus 143 at Canby shops. And so the reason I like this, generally the completion rate the best, is because beyond the less juice, Mahomes higher completion rate on the year than Hurts, 2% higher median completion rate. We have projected for nearly 2% higher in this game. And generally in this game, the way that I've handicapped it, I think that these two teams' passing philosophies are going to be a little bit different. The Chiefs, I expect to play a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets, focus on a lot of shorter, lower average depth of target throws against the Philadelphia defense that has generally done a really good job at stopping deep plays. And on the other side of the ball, I think that the Chiefs like to counteract the running game a little bit. I think that they're going to try and test Jalen Hurts a little bit and kind of dare him to throw deep. And maybe that comes back to bite them. But really, in that scenario, I think it's going to be a lot of more volatility. So, deep throws to A.J. Brown, to Devonta Smith. And I'm sure they're going to connect on some, but I don't really think that you're going to see a lot of high completion rate type throws from this Eagles offense unless they come out and decide, we're going to pass the ball a bunch and do a lot of quick throws. But given what we've seen from Jalen Hurts over the last 4 weeks, since he injured his shoulder against the Bears, 60%, 66%, 57%, 59% completion rate in those 4 games, Mahomes, his lowest has been higher than Jalen Hurts' highest there. So he's been playing really well despite playing on a bum ankle there. So I think that this is a good spot. And there's a lot of different range of outcomes for this prop, but I think that looking at the most likely outcomes and I guess 2 different scenarios for the Eagles, even if they are successful offensively, I do expect them to be on the ground. We're looking at probably like a run, explosive pass or a middling to explosive pass. Again, I just don't think we're going to see a lot of lower or higher completion percentage throws that we're going to see from the Chiefs.
Fair enough. I mean, this is what I was talking about when this is not something I would have ever considered looking at or even thought to look at. So Patrick Mahomes, higher completion rate than Jalen Hurts, minus 120 at the Canby books right now. What would you play this up to, Connor?
Yeah, I think 130 is about fair in this spot. And if he gets to 130, I'd prefer a passer rating because Mahomes, I think, has a bigger edge there. But again, you're playing minus 140 at that point. So I think both are still good looks, though.
All right. So you have, if this does move out of range, which we do have the market moving on a lot of the picks that are being given out on the show, then you could look to the passer rating instead at minus 140. Connor, Really appreciate you joining me. Check out his podcasts, Move the Line Sports Betting Podcast. You can also check out his stuff with 4for4 Bets and BetSperts as well. Connor Allen, thanks very much.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate you having me on. A lot of fun.
Yeah, no problem at all. It's Connor Allen. Good stuff there. Again, not a look that I ever would have had. Wow, some of these are moving pretty quick in market. Market influence, baby. Market influence. Next person I'm going to have on the show knows a whole lot about market influence. He also, I don't know that I'm comfortable looking at him with this mustache he's got here. Hide your kids before I bring them on. Hide your kids, everyone. He's a pro sports bettor. He's the co-founder of Unabated Sports, co-founder of Massey Peabody Analytics. He's the co-host of Bet the Process. Rufus Peabody shares his name with many dogs, and he's here with us on Forward Progress. Rufus, how's it going?
Hello, Rob. Good. Sorry, I'm right now in the South Point. I just recorded Gil Alexander's podcast with him, the Megapod. And so I expected to be back home, but I wasn't going to be able to make it. So I'm having to do it on my phone. Sorry.
Listen, it's okay. Explanation was not necessary. It's fine. I'm a big fan of high quality production, but you're on the scene there in Vegas. You're getting around to different spots. You're being real with who you are.
I can quote lines that are guaranteed to be up to the second correct at the South Point Sportsbook.
There you go.
And that's what I'm going to use to pick my prop. To be honest, because after what you said about market influence, now I'm concerned.
Well, you got to get the key is to give something you've already gotten down on, obviously. That way.
That's the problem.
I see.
The problem
already.
Is when you get down on it, you move the number, and so it is no longer available. And most of the stuff, unlike most years, I'm waiting to get down until the weekend.
So can you just expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah, so I think now that you have all these U.S. operators in other states coming out with props, actually having props basically every week and an extensive prop menu every single week, you don't have the same sort of gravy you used to have with betting openers. So back in the day, I've said the story before, but I used to be able to bet that the win would open no roughing the passer penalty would be called in -115 every single year. Johnny Velo, -115. And whoever got to the window first was hitting that no and betting it multiple times. And I would move it all the way up to -200 or more. That doesn't happen anymore. But because, and the reason that actually was able to happen is that probably Johnny just looked at his prop sheet from the previous year and it's like, okay, this is the number I put it at last year. This is what I'm going to put it at. But if he got feedback booking that bet every single week, he would know goddamn well that that's not the right price, right? And so, so these books, because they're booking all these like more esoteric props most weeks, they're sharper. So there just aren't the same opportunities for really, really big edges early on that there used to be. But you also now have more public interest, and so the public is shaping these a lot more. That's always been the case in Nevada, and it still is, to be honest. I still think Nevada is the best place to be on Super Bowl Sunday. But so the public's going to drive up these numbers, and I'm sure you've had other people say this, but if you want to bet unders, especially on marquee players, and bet on no's for marquee players like no touchdown, the time to do it is close to the game.
Yes. So we had Hitman on earlier, and he was talking about a lot of the same concepts, right? Specifically that these sports books are booking props all year long now, so it's a little bit easier for them to set the props on the Super Bowl. And the old adage of, bet the overs early, bet the unders later on. I think that's like you can just tell by the market movement on a lot of these widely available props over the course of the week that was probably very sound advice for anyone who's been following that over the course of the last week or so. Before we get to your favorite prop, Rob, go ahead.
I was going to say just the one thing, like every single year after the Super Bowl, we kind of like do a little bit of a debrief. And in the last few years, it's always been like, I wish we had more money and to get down and on game day. You know, more money and more logistical resources to get down on game day.
So you think that the edges are still that high for you on game day?
Oh yeah, I think that. I mean, getting openers is great if you're the first person to get it, but it's going to make up such a minute percentage of our portfolio with how much we're trying to bet. So if you're trying to scale this, yes. And if you're just a recreational bettor, it's probably your best time as well. I mean, just because, again, if you're bet against things to happen, it's not sexy, it's boring, it doesn't make watching the game that much fun, and your friend's probably going to hate you if you're cheering when everybody else is not happy. But yeah, if you want to make some money, then I think that's kind of the approach.
I'm going to hit you with a couple of questions from the chat here. But what prop or props would Rufus say to avoid that first instinct people think are good, but we should avoid? If you can understand that. I think I know where he's coming from.
Something like, I was going to say, I mean, one of the, like, sort of the counterintuitive ones are like the 3 unanswered scores, or like that they're over the over under 1.5 shortest yardage of shortest touchdown, where you think, oh, you know, you're probably not going to have a 1-yard touchdown. It's a favorite. But, you know, 15% of all touchdowns are 1-yard touchdowns. And you know, if you have 6 touchdowns forecasted, that actually comes out to being a pretty big favorite. So I don't have a position there, but I think the things where you have unlikely occurrences, but a lot of them, not a lot of them, but something that is unlikely to happen, but there's a lot of opportunities for it to happen, because that becomes a pretty sizable favorite. But the way we think about things in our head, we think, oh, like just as humans, like that isn't likely to happen because in each individual outcome is unlikely. It's the same reason people love betting, parlaying money line favorites, because they're like, oh, each of these is supposed to happen, so the whole thing's supposed to happen.
Right. It's
kind of the same thing, but the other side of the coin.
It's funny you mentioned that one, the one over under 1.5 yards longest touchdown. I actually took the under as my favorite prop bet for this show last year, which ended up cashing. I didn't get the amount of scoring in the game that I really needed to make that a plus EV bet. But all the less, you're right. It just comes down to simple math and projecting out the number of touchdowns, comparing that to the price in market. Kyle wants to know if you're doing any golf cross-sport props.
No. I mean, not that I honestly just haven't looked at the cross-sport props. That takes a lot of effort. And I'm going to, hopefully one of my partners will actually look through some of them, but some of them are like really boring too. It's like, I haven't looked, I don't even know which ones are offered, but ones that are like a guy's round 4 score against receiving yards. It's like the round 4 score is going to be somewhere between like 67 and like 73 or something, right? It's just another way of betting a receiving prop.
Yeah.
So I think the more interesting ones are where it's something that's like a number of birdies or something where it's maybe a more interesting distribution. But again, like I'm not going to put a ton of work into just analyzing some props that are only at one book.
Okay. With that said, let's get to it. Your favorite prop for the Super Bowl as of right now. Let the people know what it is, and also what you would play it up until, because we are seeing some market movement on some of these props.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to say, Rob, with the instructions you gave me. I have to say something specific.
You're okay. We're not going to play the bumper anymore. We had the 6-second bumper. The pick is in, but we've
the pick is in.
The pick is all right. Zach, play the bump. Let's play the bumper for Rufus, just so he can hear it.
I want a bump.
Come on, Las Vegas, let's go.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so I'm gonna give. Okay, so my pick is the Eagles to not convert a 4th down, and I'm seeing at the South Point it's plus 250. I'm sure you can get better elsewhere. Maybe, I don't know. And my number for this, I would bet it probably to plus 220. Okay. Justification. My number says that it's good. But I think that clearly the Eagles go for it on 4th down a lot. They have the cheat code with that quarterback sneak, but it's going to come down to having situations where that's going to occur, and that just doesn't always happen. They've been, if you look at their number of fourth down conversions per game this year, I can't actually tell you what that actual number is off the top of my head, but they have actually converted a fourth down in many more games than you would expect based on that mean. So essentially that distribution, it's been a lot of games where they have one fourth down conversion or two fourth down conversions. And so I think we're kind of being fooled by that distribution there, and the underlying number doesn't support a plus 250 price.
All right. I don't hate it. I haven't done the math on it, but I'm interested to do the math on it. But hey, you can't convert a fourth down if you just keep picking up first downs on third down, right? I mean, you might not even get the opportunity in this game without the Eagles to move the ball.
This bet is likely to lose, just so you know.
Yeah, listen, of course, of course. No, and actually, I'm glad you brought that up because it is I mean, we've had people we've had a minus 750 on the show today so far.
That guy's going to be a genius, like I can tell you.
Well, the line will already move to minus 1,000 there, so. We've had a minus 750, but we've had some 4-to-1s, 5-to-1s. We're going to have some longer shots later on. When you're betting something of that type, don't expect it. It can be a positive expected value bet that still loses more than 50% of the time. So people just understand that. But I trust. I mean, you've done this for a long time, Rufus. You're pretty good. I'll leave you with this. Are you rooting for another 10-3 Super Bowl this year?
I don't know. Right now, based on the bets I've placed so far, no. But based on the bets I expect to be placing, which is going to account for 85% of my volume this weekend, I probably will be rooting for a 10-3 Super Bowl.
All right. Well, no one's going to root for you. Root for that ugliness. But if it happens, I'll know you did very well.
If it's a boring game, just know that I'll be happy.
All right. Enjoy the Super Bowl, Rufus. Appreciate you coming on today. Everybody check out Unabated Sports as well. I'll be on a live stream with Captain Jack on Saturday night as well. 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'm joining. I believe it starts at 7. I could be wrong, but I would encourage people to check that out as well. Unabated Sports. Yeah. Thanks, Rufus.
Thank you, Rob.
All right. It's Rufus Peabody, pro sports bettor, known for having a shit ton of Super Bowl props. A ton of them. All right. We mow along here. I'm feeling good. Thank you for all the people in there that are, Rob, it's okay to take a bathroom break. It's all good, man. We're gonna power through here. We're just gonna keep going. And we go from Rufus on to Tom Casale. He's the senior editor at the Action Network. He covers NFL, college basketball, college football for the New York Post. You see him on Hit the Books here on the Hammer Betting Network for both college basketball and college football with our pal Joey Knish. Tom Casale, how's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for having me.
Yes, we make sure to let the people know in your caption there that you are dragged down by Joey Knish on Hit the Books.
Yes, it's my mediocre rise is being slowed down by Knish.
Yes, I like the way you put that. All right. I'm curious on your perspective, or from, obviously we'll get to your player prop here shortly and what you like the most in this game. But we haven't talked about the Eagles-Chiefs matchup in a while here since the beginning of the show. I'm curious just your opinion on the game overall, whether you've bet something on the side or the total, or just some sort of subjective opinion that you might have on how you think this is all going to play out.
Yeah, this is an interesting game to break down. I really can't criticize anybody who's on either side. For me, though, I think the big edge that the Eagles have is the NFL's best offensive line. Something that happened in the championship games, the Eagles are getting criticized. Well, the 49ers couldn't throw a forward pass. That's correct. They got lucky. But don't forget, I bet the Bengals, and after I did, an offensive lineman I follow on Twitter, I forgot which one it was, said, the Bengals played the Bills on turf in snow, and that kind of negates the pass rush, right? They were worried about the Chiefs' pass rush against that Bengals line that had missing 3 starters, and we saw it in that game. The Chiefs had 5 sacks. They put tons of pressure on Joe Burrow. So I think that's one of the things that's being forgotten about is that listen, you lose both tackles. it's hard to win Super Bowls that way with offensive lines. I think you're looking at now an Eagles team that is going to try to run the ball right at the Chiefs. I think if you look at the blueprint in the past for beating the Chiefs, it's kind of twofold. It's not just taking time off the clock, but it's finishing it with touchdowns. You can't kick field goals against them. And the Eagles are third best in the NFL in scoring touchdowns in the red zone. And the other is pass rush. And the Eagles lead the NFL with 70 sacks this year. They put a ton of pressure on the quarterback. I think those two things give the Eagles a slight edge in this game.
I'm with you on that one. I agree. I just think that the Eagles are built so well on both lines of scrimmage that it's you can talk about the schedule, the easy schedule that they've played all year and so on and so forth. But that to me doesn't take away from the talent that they've been able to accumulate on this team because Jalen Hurts is on a rookie deal and they've just basically surrounded him with like stacked players at every position. So I totally buy into that. I'm curious, Tom, as someone like yourself who does very well in betting college basketball and is very in tune with the space. You can catch Tom on the Hit the Books YouTube channel here as part of the Hammer Betting Network weekly as well. Just curious whether or not you look at any of the cross-sport props for the Super Bowl, because I find this that, as myself with as a hockey bettor, for example, I'll often find team shots on goal versus team points in the Super Bowl. And because I'm very good at capping one of them, it basically crosses over and makes a valuable bet in the Super Bowl as well. Just curious if that's a market that you tend to approach or look at on Sunday.
I do look at it. One of the things, though, that's happened in college basketball over the years is there used to be bigger games on Super Bowl Sunday. Now, if you look at the schedule, there's not really much there. So you don't get as much. Interest from me in terms of cross betting that way. I do think it's an interesting, fun way to bet the Super Bowl. I try to look at different angles to bet the Super Bowl because, listen, you're Travis Kelce's prop. You're buying into that one, right? The odds makers aren't giving you a couple of yards of value on Travis Kelce or AJ Brown. So when I look at the prop market and things like that, I'm looking a little bit further down the trough, and I'm trying to find some players and things that might have value in the game because the odds makers. This is the biggest bet game of the season of the entire year in the United States, and it's going to be hard to find value on any kind of stuff where you want to bet over.
Fair enough. I agree with you on there. A lot of these, especially the way that we've seen the market move this week on all of these skill position players, all the numbers are going up, right? And sometimes I have to refrain from hitting the under too early in the week on a player because I'm just going to get a better number 2 days from now anyway. So that's what we've seen a lot so far. Let's get into your best prop, Tom. What are you targeting for the Super Bowl? What's your favorite prop that's available on the board right now?
So I'm looking at Kenneth Gainwell. I know these numbers have moved. I got his attempts at 4.5, and I got his yards at 16.5. I would bet that up to about 20.5. You look at the playoffs, he's averaging 13 carries for 80 yards. Now, I know some people have pointed out to me, well, those games were both blowouts. The 49ers game wasn't a blowout until midway through the third quarter, and he played quite a bit in that first half. The other reason I like Gainwell is if the Eagles fall behind, he's going to be in the game more because he's their pass catching back, and they still run the football. It's a huge part of their offense. They'll spread the field and try to get that running back up the middle. So I think those modest numbers, those lower numbers help Gainwell. And I also think if I'm right about the game, I don't think Jalen Hurts is 100% healthy. I thought he looked terrible against the 49ers. Now, maybe the 2 weeks has helped him, but I think what the Eagles are going to try to do is run the ball with those three backs, rotate them in, keep them fresh, and then take some opportunities down the field when the defense has to come up to stop that run. I don't think Jalen Hurts is healthy enough to beat the Chiefs alone with his arm. So I think there's opportunities there for Gainwell to get over both of those props.
Yeah, and just to echo, Tom said that he took it at 16.5. We have a prop sheet list, which he filled out earlier today It was at 16.5 when I looked earlier. Market now has moved up, like all the props are doing right now. But he said he played up till 20.5. And as you can see on the screen right now, that is still widely available. The Canby books are 18.5, over -118. You have some 19.5s -110 at FanDuel, Bet365 for people in that state as well, Betfred as well. So appreciate that, Tom. I'm rooting for some Kenneth Gainwell overs as well and potentially a touchdown in this game. So I'm glad we're sharing a rooting interest. All the best and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thanks a lot. You enjoy it too, and good luck with all your bets.
Thanks very much. That's Tom Casale. You can follow him on Twitter at the Tom Casale. I would highly suggest that you check out his stuff on Hit the Books here on YouTube as well. If you're following on the Forward Progress YouTube channel right now, you can just click channels. You'll see all the channels that are associated with the Hammer Betting Network, and you can subscribe to that across the board. Just subscribe to all of them. Unless you, of course, hate the sport. Like if you don't like hockey, don't subscribe to Edgework. But if you like hockey, subscribe to Edgework. And again, if you haven't liked the video yet, please like the video. Patrick, thank you very much. Halfway home, I'm going to quickly shoot my wife a text asking her to bring me a tea. Bring me a tea, please. I know this is the content everyone's looking for. It's going to be a surprise. I have no idea what it's going to be. I'm also very ashamed, I have to say, because I've done such a disservice or an injustice, I would say, to our next guest here on Forward Progress. Because we had Ben Carey on at 12:25. And I said, he has the best hair on the show today. And then Joe Osborne came on at 1:15. And I was like, ooh, Joe Osborne. I'll get to that comment in a second. And then we had Rufus on. He's got some pretty good hair as well. But I don't know if anyone has the hair of our next guest. You can find him on the Mayo Media Network. You can find him with Odds Checker, BetSperts Golf. He does a ton out there. And by the way, maybe a horrible pause for me when I said I'm going to shoot my wife a text. I stopped after shoot my wife a text. You all know what I meant. Jeff Feinberg now joins me on Forward Progress. Jeff, I mean, you don't quite have the same coif that you used to, but it's still very luscious, thick head of hair.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of or to keep tame, and it's winter here, so you're wearing a toque a lot, and then it makes it even more impossible, or all your hard work from before putting on the toque goes out the window. Toque is what we would call a winter hat here in Canada, as I'm sure people are mocking me in your chat right now.
I'm not a big toque guy. I'll be honest with you. It just causes like a really messy hair. At least with I'll go out with like a ball cap and like ear warmers. Are you laughing at me like this is embarrassing or?
It's such a yeah. The baseball hat with earmuffs is a pretty funny look.
I mean, there's no great way to take off a toque. And listen, I don't have a ton of hair here, but I still have some.
Yeah.
But there's no good way to take off a toque without just disaster zone. At least with the ball cap, it just like pushes everything down. You take off the hat and you can just like fix it up. Toque, you're fucked basically for the rest of the day.
I got nowhere to be.
Sure. I guess not. I don't have a response to that.
Well, I just feel like you're right, but it's cold outside and I'm wearing that toque.
All right. I'm sorry to do this while you're on, Jeff, but listen. For all the people out there, this was me. I didn't realize when I paused in that sentence. I shot my wife a text. I'm not endangering my wife in any way. And no, she's not going to give a pick on the show today. She couldn't name any of the players that are playing in the Super Bowl this week, like Jeff could. You like the caption, by the way, that we put for you?
Yeah. Sure.
For those that don't know, Jeff is such a diehard Chargers fan that he actually thinks he's part of the team.
Nope.
He speaks in the he says, "We all the time, we're going to go to Kansas City and get the win this week." This is how he speaks.
Not anymore. They killed me, Rob. I'm done. You'll see that. I'm never excited again. They'll have to be so far down their road for me to even give a shit anymore. They broke me. That 13-year-old boy enthusiasm you've known from me since the day you've met me, I'm telling you, it's dead. I'm hitting 40 next. They're not going to, I'll die. I'm now expecting to go my life without anything because I don't think I'm getting another 40. So it's over. Let's talk about the teams playing.
Yes, we will. I'm in the same boat as you. It's just hard. It's just getting harder every year to be a fan in sports. Let's talk about the teams that are playing. Subjective opinion on the game, Chiefs or Eagles, who do you think is going to win the game?
I lean Eagles, just the total overall team, the ability to control the lines. That's sort of where my lean is. I'll be betting on the Eagles. I haven't made a bet yet. I'm also like Rob, you say I'm a Chargers employee. Well, Chargers employees, we don't bet on division rivals to win the Super Bowl. If I love the Chiefs, I have biases, but if I love the Chiefs, felt strongly enough about the side, I would go against that. But, in a close game, a toss-up in my head, I'm not cheering for the Chiefs to have twins.
I hear you, man. I completely get it. This is why it's painful for me as a Cowboys fan. I'd like nothing more than the Eagles to lose the Super Bowl 42-0 in devastating I don't even care that it's a blowout. People are like, "Oh, it has to be an entertaining game." No. But I like the Eagles in the game. My numbers lean slightly towards the Eagles, so that makes it, a little bit more challenging. When money comes into play, it kind of removes the fandom. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I don't know about you, Rob. I hear people coming on. It's the last football game of the year. Who are you kidding? Unless you got a future or you absolutely love a side here or one of your favorite teams are playing, football season's over. The Super Bowl is as much a part of football season as graduation day is a part of your senior year. It's over. It's great. I'm going to, like you, I'll be out with my friends. We're going to have a great time, but there'll be kids, there'll be wives. This ain't week 4 with 9 screens.
Right. Yeah.
It's over.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Scott, by the way, says 27-0 would break anyone. You're still great, Jeff. There's still fans of yours out there.
Yeah, for sure. They worst case scenario for my fans if they actually broke me, because that would be way less entertaining as, we go through this again when they can break me in half again next year, Rob.
So I hate to do this to you as well, but I'm a big proponent of transparency. And we did a show last year on the Circles Off YouTube channel for the Super Bowl. And Jeff was on, and his pick lost. He gave the longest touchdown under, which I believe it was a long Jamar Chase touchdown early in the game.
Yeah.
Which cooked that. So we've given you an opportunity to redeem yourself. We're not having too many people on today that were losers last year. So you get your chance, Geoff. What is the redemption story going to be? Give us your favorite Super Bowl prop. And by the way, no pressure.
Oh, this is really sad that I now have to bank my redemption on this, Rob. But the Chiefs, they run the heavy. There'll be a lot of 2 tight end sets. I am here for a Noah Gray Sunday as the world is just all over everything Travis Kelce. He'll eat, but Noah Gray, I'm telling you, Andy Reid always finds a way to involve these, tertiary options in these big moments. Not even secondary options, the tertiary options. Can't believe I even had that word in me on the fly.
Well, it's tertiary. I'll correct you, but I know what you were saying.
So Noah Gray over 1.5 receptions plus 110 available. If you like the 10.5 yards, I'm degen enough. I'll even be on that first touchdown at 55-1. But you're at for one. Noah Gray is catching 2 passes in this game over 1.5 receptions. Backup Chiefs tight end Noah Gray in those 2 tight end sets gonna just weasel his way out of there.
You know what, Jeff? I like this. I do. I think the Eagles can be attacked over the middle of the field. Their linebacking core is the weakness of the defense. I think there's going to be a heavy emphasis on shutting down Kelsey, and I can see Noah Gray. I think this is more than 50% to cash. So plus 110, which is widely available. MGM, DraftKings, 365. I think Betfred has plus 110 as well. They do. It's out there. This is your redemption story, Jeff. I don't know that we can have you back next year at 0-2. So heavy pressure.
I'm bad at the Super Bowl always, Rob. So whatever.
I mean, we updated your graphic to show that you were a loser last year. It's for transparency purposes. We have
Okay. You really cut last year's losers and kept me, or you're just trying to, spice up the content?
I tried to cut last year's losers. Like, people are going to say, why is Drew Dinsick not on the show this year? Well, I mean, Drew Dinsick last year gave the Rams to have more third down conversions. Loser. Why is Chernoff not around this year? Chernoff, Dave Akers MVP. Akers had 3 yards in that game. Never mind MVP. Loser. We even cut Moretto, who works for us. Alex Moretto had Akers leading rusher in the game. See you later. Hit the road, Moretto. This is, I liked your play. I think here's the reason why. These people are pointing it out in the chat. It was T. Higgins last year. It was offensive pass interference. You got hosed. You got hosed on that play.
I did. Now it's all coming back to me. You're absolutely right. Oh, on Ramsey, I think. They went right after Ramsey.
They did.
Yeah.
It's okay. We don't live in the past. We live in this year.
I respect when the invitation doesn't show up for next year's Super Bowl, though. I'll know what happened.
Yes. All right,
Thanks,
Jeff.
Rob.
Enjoy the game this week.
All the best. Thank you. Keep on keeping on, buddy.
Follow Jeff Feinberg on Twitter at Jeff Feinberg at GFeinberg17. You can catch him as part of the Mayo Media Network. By the way, people, just so you know, Cream Cord, this is not entirely true. I'm just making a spectacle of the situation. But some people have prior commitments. It is Super Bowl week. Tried to do our best to put together the best possible cast that we could for today's show. And that includes our next guest. He covers everything sports betting for Nesson and Fox Sports. He is the host of the Chicken Dinner podcast. Sammy P. Sam Panayotovich joins us on Forward Progress. God, if you had to join with a Bruins and Red Sox jersey behind you, get out of here.
I'm at work. What do you want from me? By the way, I can't wait for all my props to lose by the hook this year. It's just, It's something I really hope happens so I can just blame the hook. That's what we do now, right?
Well, if you take a player over a half touchdown, can you say you lost by the hook if they end on 0?
Yes.
I mean, that seems to be the way people are doing things nowadays, right? That old darn hook.
I don't know. I almost brought a hammer to work today too, but I thought walking around Nesson with a hammer in my hand would have been a little strange. I appreciate you having me. And this is what, like the halfway point? Because you're going 4 hours. We're at 2 now, right?
Yeah, I'm at 2 hours and 8 minutes live. I've had to urinate since minute 15 or so. I'm almost done this extra large coffee, which is not helping. But I'm going to power through. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking to different people. I would have appreciated if you just took the pictures off the wall, though, before the hit. That would have been the pro thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. Eagles, Chiefs, rooting interest on your end in any of these sides?
Yeah, mostly props for now. I still haven't made a position on the side. I think I'll probably end up taking Kansas City. I fly to Vegas tomorrow. I can get +2 at the South Point. I mean, I probably will take +2. It's funny, Rob. People go, well, what do you like in the game? And, initially I would have taken Philly +2, 2.5, and I'd probably take Kansas City at +2. So I feel like, this is basically a coin flip game, as you've talked about over the last 2 hours and 9 minutes now. There's not a big gap to me. I think the Eagles have the better team, but the Chiefs have the best player. It should be a great game. But in terms of props that I've played so far, I know we'll get to my favorite prop later. I did play right away under 7.5 punts, which was -120, and that thing got freaking blasted. Now it's like 6.5, so it's gone down a whole punt. We know these coaches are very aggressive. They love to go for it on 4th and short. And we just saw Nick Sirianni go for it on 4th and 1 at his own 33 in the NFC Championship. So I did like that one. I played this too. Will there be roughing the passer called? Probably.
Yep.
The refs love to get involved. I was able to find plus 140 on that there will be a roughing the passer call. And for those of you wondering about the semantics of the bet, if Jalen Hurts is brought down outside or over the line of scrimmage, it's not roughing the passer, it's a late hit. So it has to happen behind the line of scrimmage with the passing motion. But I still think that happens at some point because, as we know, the refs like to sort of keep things close in games like this. And what better than roughing the passer or offensive holding? So under 7.5 punts, roughing the passer, yes. And I play this every year like a sap, but I'm doing it again. Over 2.5 players to attempt to pass.
Yes.
I feel like it has to happen. If it doesn't, I'll be pissed given all the options in this game. I mean, we could see Travis Kelce, Devontae Smith, Miles Sanders, maybe a fake punt pass, whatever. Over 2.5 at plus 130. So I do find myself on the side of plus money, but that doesn't always mean I'm going to win, as you know.
Of course. I mean, listen, it's a Super Bowl. It's a little tougher. It's a different game. I talk about this it's not just a week 4 regular season game. Teams are pulling out the tricks or pulling out all the stops, so on and so forth. It's interesting that you mentioned the roughing the passer one because Rufus was on earlier and he was talking about back in the day, every sportsbook kind of used to open minus 115 both sides, and he used to go and bet the no to the under, but he doesn't do that anymore. Kind of the dynamic of the game switching as well, especially with the way that they call roughing nowadays relative to the way that they used to call it in previous years as well. You're in Vegas. I assume you're staying. You're flying to Vegas to watch the Super Bowl. You're staying there for Super Bowl?
Yeah, I'm doing it again. I fly out tomorrow. I'll be working there Thursday, Friday, and then I always throw a party on Sunday, going back 4 years now. So that'll be good fun. Last year, I'll tell a quick story. We were at the Superbook, and Rondé and Tiki Barber were invited to the party. I got a phone call and hey, can Rondé and Tiki join your party? I'm like, yeah, they can come to the party. And we had a guy who bet the longest punt over 54.5 yards. Total degenerate bet. He had no idea. He just wanted a long punt. Every time the ball went off the foot of either punter, this guy is in the back of the room just yelling, boom! And we never quite got over. I think the longest punt was 54.5. The longest punt was 54. So he did miss it by the hook. But imagine being Rondé and Tiki being like, these guys got a problem. They're going nuts for the weirdest shit. But that's the Super Bowl, and where better to watch it than Vegas?
I always listen, I've never met Rondé and Tiki Barber, but I always got the impression that they're very down-to-earth guys, a little bit more laid back and quiet. I could totally imagine that not being the scene for them, right? What's going on over here?
It was not the scene. And when they found out that the room had about 15 dimes on the national anthem over, they were appalled, especially when, the one guy's watching the clock and the other guy's at time, we're at 90, there's way too much money. The game hasn't even started yet. They were a little out of their element, but hey, that was year 1. And I think they're going to be back in year 2. So we'll see. Maybe they've picked up the itch. Who knows?
We did get a coin toss bet on the show today. It was our leadoff Spanky gave out heads plus 100 at DraftKings. No big coin toss bet. He gives out heads, and that's all he's rooting for the Super Bowl because he doesn't have anything else going on for the game. Sam, want to get your best prop for the game? Anything that's widely available in market for you right now that stands out to you as something that you would still play, and also give us the number in which you would play it to.
Sure. I don't think this is going to move that much considering the total probably settles at 51. But remember, Rob, when this opened in Vegas early last week, we saw some 49.5s. It got to 50, 50.5, and now we're at that fat 51, a big key number in the NFL. I don't think it's going to go through that. What that does, though, is it raises the first quarter total and it raises the first half total. And I saw a 23.5 last week early. Now I get 24.5. And for me, it's about the math and the numbers and the possibilities. I am now a winner on 17-7. I am now a winner on 14-10, 21-3, hell, 24-0. I go under that 24.5. That hook is crucial for me. Only 4 of the last 11 Super Bowls have seen more than 24 points in the first half. That's not the greatest sample size in the world. You can find this everywhere right now at minus 120. It's not going to go that much higher, maybe 130. But if you can find minus 120, minus 1.25, That's a good bet to me. Under 24.5, just above that key number of 24. I think it's a really good bet considering where it is and where it was.
I'm surprised we haven't had anyone on the show yet today give out the second half is going to have more points than the first half prop, which seems to be very popular as well over the course of the years, where you tend to have these first quarters, which for whatever reason, maybe it's nerves, the pressure of the game. I mean, we just know that the first quarter scoring has always been lower consistently for Super Bowls, and the third quarter always higher, maybe because of the longer halftime show, whatever, maybe offensive adjustments. I don't know. Again, Super Bowl, right? Such a small sample size, you don't know how to deal with it. But Sam's official pick, first half, under 24.5, minus 120. Check out his stuff with Nesson, Fox Sports, and obviously check out Chicken Dinner. I've been on a couple times. Those are specifically great episodes, which I would recommend that you check out, but all of them are great. Sam, enjoy Vegas, enjoy your party, stay safe out there, and hopefully winning bets this year.
Thanks for having me, and I will tell Rondé and Tiki that you said hello.
Please do that, and please take down those pictures. I can't do the Red Sox and Bruins thing again. This is the last time we're doing this with this set over here. Thanks, Sammy. Take care, man.
Yep.
Sam Panayotovich, great dude. I've had many a great time with him on the felt in Vegas a few times, which I've also done with our next guest. He's the host of You Better You Bet on Odyssey, Monday through Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The father of wagertainment, Nick Costas, the self-anointed prop king as well. I believe self-anointed.
Self-anointed. Yeah. Sorry I don't have like my normal setup here. We are, as you can see here, we're at the BetMGM Sportsbook in Phoenix. I'm going to do my normal shtick. Right outside in the Valley of the Sun. Touchdown throw away from State Farm Stadium. It's like right there. Right outside. But yeah, good to be on with you, buddy. Self-anointed prop king for sure, but great to be on.
Yeah, for sure. I saw a video of you guys in your setup yesterday. Yeah, it looks pretty sweet gig there. I mean,
could be worse, right, than doing the show from the sports book before the Super Bowl. I actually like not being in Radio Row. I've been at Radio Row numerous times just over the course of my career. And being here is like a nice little change of pace. We're staying at like a resort basically as opposed to a hotel. So yeah, man, I got no complaints. And I'm trying to work on my tan a little bit because I look like Casper the Friendly Ghost and I don't like that. I'm way too vain for that. So I feel like being out in the sun for a couple of days, got maybe working towards a maple syrupy brown here. We'll see.
I don't know if it's just the lighting where you're at or whatever, but honestly, tan looks good. Like I don't think you want to do much more than that.
I do. I promise you I do.
Okay, so maybe it's just the lighting then. Maybe
it's probably just the lighting. And even if it weren't, I would like to be more tan.
Yes. You're sporting the tattoos on both sides there as well.
We got this one. This one's new. Got this one finished literally like last week. It's still peeling, which sucks. So I'll look down and there'll be like little pink and blue pieces of skin. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like I'm shedding. But yeah, we just got this one done. And then this was a couple of years ago. So yeah, I think I might be done for now because I'm a huge baby and it hurts a lot. And I would like to not be in pain if possible.
Don't you have to stay out of the sun though after the tattoos?
Well, if you slather them with suntan lotion, which I am doing, then it's all good. So this one has got tons of suntan lotion. It's got Aquaphor on it. So I think I'm good to go here. I think I should be okay.
What have been the highlights of the week so far for you?
We had a really great Mexican dinner last night in Phoenix. So I had been there and I went with Adam Shine when I produced for Adam at Sirius. We went in 2015. We were here for the Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl, covering it for the week for media for Sirius. And he had a recommendation from a friend to go to this restaurant named Dick's Hideaway. Dick's Hideaway is the name of the restaurant. It's in a strip mall, out in Phoenix, basically, where there's no signage outside, hence the hideaway. You have to try to find it. But it's this starting to become pretty famous hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant that we went. Ken was with us last night. A couple people that work on our network went last night. Just an outrageously delicious dinner. Other than that, man, I turned 40 in a couple months. I'm pretty low-key, so I'm not going to be the guy to come on and be like, oh, went to this party last night and saw this EDM performer that I've never heard of. I'm in bed pretty early. I'm on East Coast time because I got a bunch of radio interviews I do in the morning. So I feel like, you and I have gotten after a little bit in the past. And not that those days are completely behind me, but yeah, when I'm on a work trip, I'm in bed pretty early. So I got nothing for you really outside of that. Shows have been good, which is fun.
Listen, I feel you, man. Even just like the traveling and not being in your bed can cause like damage to your back that will set you off for like 3 weeks. Like we're getting old, man.
Well, here's the infuriating thing is that like, it's not infuriating, it's whatever. But like, you go on remote. I have not a humble brag. I needed to do this. So when I started doing You Better You Bet, 4-hour show, I was doing it at first with like a regular chair, and like a weekend I have like debilitating back pain from like sitting in like this. Can I curse on this or no?
Yeah, go for it.
So I'm sitting on this like shitty chair for 4 hours and my back's in tons of pain. So I dropped like $1,200 on like a Herman Miller, like Aeron chair, which is not meant to be a humble brag. Like I needed this an investment, right? I still use the chair like 4 years later. So you go on remote, you don't get to bring the chair with you. So I got this crappy chair that we do the show from here. So I end up doing the first like 90 minutes of the show sitting, and I got shooting pain in my back, and then I just stand for the rest of it. And I like make my way up to like Ken's elbow while he's sitting down, which is always a great visual. So yeah, definitely getting old. There's no question about it. And just trying to survive, I guess. Actually, you know what? I will do some shameless self-promotion here. Not that I've ever been known to do that, but pretty sweet this week to be named You Better You Bet was one of the top 20 national sports radio shows in the country. I didn't think we were going to be up for nomination. The only sports betting show that made it, which is really great. So I think just show's doing well, which is really awesome. That's probably the highlight of the week.
For the audience out there, I've known Nick now going on a decade. Obviously, I would promote anything he does, regardless of whether or not I liked it. But I'm going to seriously say that I'm a You Better You Bet listener. Not on a daily basis, but I regularly listen to You Better You Bet. I think it is the best sports betting content that is widely available out there. And for the audience here, be sure to check it out. I'm a scrawny guy, but I do exercise and I do lift weights, and I put it on in the background. It gets me through. You know what? I'm selfishly very jealous though that you have commercial breaks when you do You Better You Bet.
Yeah,
I'm here for 4 hours live, and when you got a leak, like you got no options at that point.
What you should do is you should just be like, guys, like I have to pee, and you just get up and pee and come back in like 2 minutes. Why can't you do that?
I could. On other shows I've done, there's like a temporary screen we put up when I have to go to take a leak. It's like Rob's taking a leak, be back soon.
Yeah, why don't you just do that?
You know what? At this point, I've made it more than halfway. We're 2 hours, 22 minutes in.
No. Let me tell you something. Like it hit the point for me maybe like 10 years ago where I made the conscious decision where if I have to pee, I am peeing. Like, it doesn't mean like in my pants. Like, I'm not holding it in. Like, I'm not waiting till I get home. I am finding a bathroom to go. You've got someone, obviously, I don't know if it's our guy Alex or someone else, that's like fonting you, right? I can see it on the screen here. Why can't he just write, Rob is going to the bathroom. We'll be back in 90 seconds. People will understand. You're a human being. Go pee. Go pee now if you have to.
I'm good.
I'll wait.
I'll get through. It's okay. At this point, I've gotten this far. I'm going. By the way, just so you see, there is a lot of love for You Better You Bet in the chat as well.
Thank you, guys.
And yes, I would highly encourage you to check it out. Someone does have a bone to pick with you, though. Someone came on the show with Pizzola and said they feel like Casper the Ghost. Ha ha. I know I look very white. The lighting doesn't do me justice. I'm a little bit more tan than I look.
And the problem with Rob is that, like, we're both paisanos, right? We're both Mediterranean. I'm Greek and Italian. You're Italian here. Like, you really should have, like, a better... Well, you also live in the Great White North, which makes it difficult.
I do. It's not obviously the nature of my job. I'm at a computer a lot. But if you see me in the summer, like, I golf 60 rounds a year in the summer. I'm out in the sunlight all the time. Different story. Anyways, no one really cares about my personal life all that much. And me playing 60 rounds, I'm sure is going to go over well with all the viewership who's just like...
Hey, guess what viewership? Suck it. Like, Rob does well and likes to play golf. Who cares? Like, get over yourselves.
Thank you, Nick. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very much for
like,
that.
who like, I'm at people like, oh, I don't like it that Rob plays golf. Then how about you do this? You do well at your job, and then you can play 60 rounds of golf a year too, and stop complaining.
So, Nick, in the interest of full transparency, I'm always transparent with the audience. It's who I am. I hate to do this to you, but I did it with Jeff Feinberg earlier. I have to point out that you're one of the few people that gave a losing bet last year that I asked to return to the show this year.
All right.
Most of the rest, they got the axe. See you later.
Okay.
You know, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way
out.
So
I won't be here next year is what you're saying. This is like...
it's going to be hard to justify it if you go 0 for 2. Let's put it... I gave Jeff the same warning. So I'm not saying you got to switch to like a minus 500 favorite here or whatever just to keep your position, but a little bit more pressure. The people want to know who does Nick like? What's Nick Costas's favorite prop bet for the Super Bowl?
Well, I'm not the type of person, maybe I have been in the past, to be like, well, everyone loves something, so I'm gonna go on the other side here. Like this player could win MVP, could go for 200 all-purpose yards, could be James White. A couple who, by the way, didn't win MVP when James White did that. Everyone loves, it's like a new CBS sitcom, like coming up after NCIS Phoenix will be, everyone loves Kenny, for Kenny Gainwell.
You're okay.
That's everyone loves Kenny Gainwell. You can't like go on social media or turn on the television or whatever your the platform of choices to consume sports betting content without someone talking about Kenny Gainwell having a monster game in the Super Bowl. And look, like, I'm not saying he can't, like, obviously, like he could go off, he could win MVP. I think like the love is getting a little out of control for Kenny Gainwell. Now, if you think, Rob, or you, the person listening or watching the show, what's up? If you think the Eagles are going to dominate this game, then like Kenny Gainwell's going to go over his rushing yards because Philly's going to run the ball on the game, and Gainwell obviously gets rotated in. He's like the number 2 right now behind Miles Sanders, and Boston Scott kind of comes in mop-up mode, maybe to score a touchdown at the end of the game. I think this is going to be a really close game, which means Philly's going to be throwing a lot. Like their pass rate over expectation in neutral situations. So whether Philly is trailing in the game or the game is close, like I don't think Philly's going to blow them out in the game. I don't think it's going to get into that type of game state. Or I don't think Kenny Gainwell's going to get a ton of carries in this game. And everyone loves it, and it's been bet up. So there's a bit of contrarian in this bet. Just like 19.5 to me, like feels way too high on Kenny Gainwell here. Like I'd rather bet Miles Sanders rushing yards over. If I were to bet Kenny Gainwell, I bet Gainwell receiving yards over. Like that's the bet I'd be interested in making. Catching passes from Jalen Hurts, maybe in come from behind fashion, or like with Philly, like maybe up by 3 and Nick Sirianni's smart and wants to be aggressive. So I will play and go against the grain here. I don't know if you have any guests that have given this out. Ken and I were actually talking like probably people like the Kenny Gainwell over. I'll be contrarian here and give you the Kenny Gainwell rushing yards under, and I won't be talking to you, I guess, 365 days from now.
So Tom Casale did give out the over.
I love Tom. That's unfortunate.
Well, listen, you know what that means. If we're going to spin this into a positive, we're not getting shut out this year. Okay. We've provided a winner on the show. We're not getting shut out. But we've had 13 people on so far. I believe we've already had 2 opposites, which is pretty hilarious when you think about how many props there are.
Yeah.
But to each their own. I mean, you give the justification for it. I'm like indifferent on. There's a lot of game scenarios here where that can really swing things for different props. But yeah, this is a lot of pressure this year, Nick, because.
Is it? Well, I mean, I'm betting on it. Like that, I guess the pressure's there, right? As well.
Well, the pressure. Obviously, this is the pinnacle of getting on the Forward Progress YouTube channel.
Yeah.
To provide a prop every year is the pinnacle. What I did this year was for people who lost last year.
Yeah.
I actually reached out to people that I don't want to call them like their rivals, but they'd be like their counterpart.
Okay.
To get that. So like Drew Dinsick lost on the show last year. So we have Andy Molitor on this year,
okay,
right? But we reached out to Ken Barkley, and Lockie big timed me, basically, is what happened. So then we reached
I doubt that that's what happened. Like he probably got it.
He probably read the message and just forgot or forgot to respond.
I just knowing him, I sincerely doubt that he was like, F these guys. Like there's no chance that happens.
I know it didn't happen, but
yeah.
I'm not the guy that's just gonna keep pressing. So it is what it is, but I appreciate you stepping in. Everyone, check out You Bettor, You Bet. You guys are live at 3.
But let me ask you something. Let's be honest here. Like, I'm good at this. If I lose this, you're really not going to have me back on next year? Like, who are you going to have on that's going to be better than me for 10 minutes?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what's going to happen next year, but every year people want me to push this to the limits, right? It was 3 hours last year. It's 4 hours this year. Maybe it's going to be 6 hours next year. And maybe we'll have both you and Ken. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have you on next year, Nick. Let's be honest.
I was going to say, I mean, let's be real here, man. Like, who cares? Winning bets, whatever. This is an entertaining 15. And also, guess what? People might hate America. You say whatever you want. Free country. Bet against me. Go for it. Enjoy.
For the Super Bowl this year, Nick, I wish you minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
All right, Nick. Check out You Bettor, You Bet out there. Going live in half an hour. I'm not going to suggest people leave my stream in half an hour, but tune in at 4 o'clock to You Bettor, You Bet today.
And we're in podcast form also. So you can check us out afterwards and check Rob out till the end, and then you check us out in podcast form afterwards.
Bingo. That's how you do it. Thanks very much, Nick, and enjoy the Super Bowl.
You got it. I do my catchphrase, but you already did. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you. And by the way, Rob will be on You Bettor, You Bet coming up tomorrow on Thursday at 4 o'clock Eastern. So you want more Rob Pizzola, if you haven't got enough of him here today, we'll have Rob on the show tomorrow. And Rob, if you have to take a piss break during that interview, unfortunately, we'll have to say no. You'll have to finish.
Well, I'll do it live on air.
Definitely. That'll get us all the way up in the ratings next year.
All right, Nick. Take care, man.
Later.
Nick Costas. Follow him on Twitter at the Costas. Great dude. Love that segment. Love that segment. Opposite bet was Nick like the Gainwell under on yards and Tom Casale the over on yards. I'll try to do a recap of all the bets later on in the show. But in interest, I'm falling behind schedule. Got talking to Nick a little bit too long there. Going to keep it moving. He's a senior editor of BetSided. He's the host of the Bacon Bets podcast. If you consume content here on Forward Progress, chances are you have seen Ian McMillan before. Ian, is this true, what we've put in the caption?
Prefers to be called Mac Daddy. Yeah, I kind of like that. I'll go with that. Sure. Let's do it.
We weren't sure. So, I wasn't sure. I just went. I thought maybe that you would like that or enjoy that. So
I love it.
That's. I think from now on, I will only refer to you as that on this show. How are things, man?
Things are well. Super Bowl week.
You're wearing an Eagles jersey. You're a Falcons fan.
I am.
Fill me in.
Well, I went to the NFC Championship game, so I had to fit in. I had to go undercover as an Eagles fan at Lincoln Financial Field. I did not want anyone to mistake me as a 49ers fan. I value my life too much. So I bought an Eagles jersey, and I'll just say that I just support all bird teams. I'll just go with that. So when I say go Birds, really, that's not specific to the Eagles. It's, tossing the Falcons.
Mm-hmm. Ravens, Seahawks.
Cardinals.
I
support all birds of all types.
All right. Do you bet the Birds as well?
Yes.
Did you bet the Birds for the Super Bowl?
I did. Yeah, I'm on the Eagles. I got them at Pick'em before it kind of moved up. Obviously, I would have liked to get them at like a point and a half, whatever it opened up. Didn't get there on time. I was on the train back from Philadelphia when the lines were released. I did get them at a Pick'em, though. I think the defense is going to be the difference. Or pass rush, which I might get into in a little bit here as well, I think is going to be a little bit of a difference. So yeah, I like the Eagles, but it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I think that's like the common. I don't want to even say talking point, but obviously, like when you break down the game from a pure football perspective, you get a lot of the Eagles are better at a lot of positions, and then you have Patrick Mahomes on the other side of the ball. So you think that the big difference maker in this game in particular is how the Eagles pass rush shapes up against the KCO line.
Yes, and another area that I think is actually a huge difference, and it's the biggest weak point, I think, of the entire Chiefs team, and it's something that they've struggled with, I think, at least last year, too, is their red zone defense, which I think will be absolutely huge, because the Eagles have one of the best red zone offenses. Chiefs, for pretty much majority of the season, were either dead last or second last in red zone defense. They cannot stop teams when they get down to the red zone. So if they can't stop the Eagles and the Eagles score touchdowns, and then the Eagles defense is able to stop the Chiefs and keep them to a couple field goals, that might be the difference maker in this game. So yeah, I think the Eagles win the line of scrimmage battle, and I think the Chiefs in the red zone is going to be a big issue for them and could come back to bite them in the ass. You can get away with a bad red zone defense against bad teams. You can't get away with it against good teams.
I agree with that. I also think that, like John Harold says here, you may be lying, and you did the Eagles chant, and you loved it.
I did do the Eagles chant. Also, when the game was over and the Eagles won, I got a lot of hugs from Eagles fans surrounding me because I was wearing the Eagles jersey. I felt like it was like stolen valor from Eagles fans. I felt like I kind of stole a little bit of their NFC championship.
Yeah.
So that was a little weird to get hugs, and I was cheering, but mainly just because I won my bet on them. But yeah, a little bit of stolen valor as an Eagles fan, but their chant is fantastic. It's got to be one of the best chants in North American sport.
Their fans are also psychotic, if we're being real. So it's not like other teams, you could pull the move where you just like rip the jersey off and there's like a Cowboys jersey underneath, or you just basically like that's a suicide if you do that.
I had no interest in doing that whatsoever. Although I will say where I sat was right by where the 49ers came out of the tunnel. So there was actually a decent amount of 49ers fans sitting around me. And I actually thought the 49ers fans were more obnoxious than the Eagles fans, at least in my section. which surprised me. Maybe they just felt more confident because it was probably the most populated 49ers fan of the stadium because that's where the 49ers came out on the field. But 49ers fans in my section more obnoxious than Eagles fans. Fact.
I think like maybe it's just the traveling fans in general.
That's true.
Tend to be a little bit more like if you're willing to go that far to watch your team play, there's like some sort of cockiness to you, I would say.
That's a great point. Yeah, hadn't thought of that. Good point.
I appreciate you saying that as well. It boosts my confidence. I really do enjoy stuff like that. All right. The people want to know, Ian, your favorite Super Bowl 57 prop bet.
Now, I know we are a little bit behind schedule. Can I get that bump that you haven't played for the past few picks?
Yeah. Let's get it in there. Let me ask you, Ian, are you ready to go with your pick?
My pick is locked in.
Come on, Las Vegas, let's go.
We did pay for that to be done, so let's get the most use out of it that we can.
All right, so I came on this show a couple weeks ago when the Chiefs were playing the Jaguars, and if you remember, the prop that it took was Patrick Mahomes under passing yards, and it cashed. Now, did I get help from Patrick Mahomes getting hurt? Yes, but it did cash. So I will repeat that play here for the Super Bowl. I'll put my money where my mouth is. I bet you there's not very many people taking Patrick Mahomes under passing yards. I'll be one of the few that's going to do it. It's all the way up to it's up to 294.5.
Mm-hmm.
I got it at 290.5. So I actually got it at a bad number. I should have waited. I should have expected that it was going to keep increasing. So I'd play it down to where I got it, 290.5, but you're getting it at an even better number than what I got it at, 294.5. My main reason behind this is because the Eagles defense is, I think, the most underrated defense in the entire NFL. First in opponent yards per play, but more importantly, first in opponent yards per pass attempt, first in opponent passing yards per game, giving up 171 passing yards per game. That's quick math, 120 plus a couple lower than what Patrick Mahomes' set total is for this game. Also, the highest sack percentage. A good pass rush is going to force Patrick Mahomes to get rid of the ball quick, maybe a couple sacks. And I think the Chiefs' way that they can win this game, if they're smart, is by running the football a little bit more, because we all know this. That is the weakness of the Eagles' defense, is their inability to stop the run. 21st in rush defense DVOA, 24th in opponent yards per carry. Their pass defense is, I think, the best in the NFL. The rush defense, certainly not. So if the Chiefs run the ball a little bit more in this game, I think that's going to help out this play a little bit. So I might be a masochist betting this. I mean, I might lose by halfway through the third quarter, but it hit for me a couple weeks ago. I'm going to try it again. Patrick Mahomes under 294.5 passing yards for transparency reasons. I got a 290.5.
Yeah, you got a bad number. But I will tell you this, Ian. I will have this bet in my account on Sunday. I'm betting Patrick Mahomes under on passing yards. That is a guarantee at the current market prices. I'm just kind of waiting for it to settle because even now we're seeing some 297.5s pop up on the board. I like the under on that. I think that's a little bit high. So I'm going to wait it out, but I am going to join you, and I'll be rooting for the same thing as you.
Perfect. That makes me confident that you will have that play, but obviously that is why you are a professional bettor and I'm not, because you foresaw it increasing, so you're holding off. So, but still, we're both on the same side.
We're on the same side. Hopefully we both cash, and it's not like one of those,
293 ends at or something.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate, but
that would stink.
Yep. All right. Ian McMillan. Check out his stuff at Betsided. Call him Mac Daddy if you talk to him. It's what he likes to be called. Follow him on Twitter.
Or don't, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like Mac Daddy. Maybe we'll make it stick, and you'll just be forced to accept it.
All right, I like it.
You might have to. All right, Ian, thanks for joining us.
No problem. Take care. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks. Ian Macbets. Follow him on Twitter. Our next guest looks like he might be hunting some raccoons or squirrel or something right now. Oh, no, he's made his way indoors. Possibly. He's a director of content at BetSperts. He co-hosts Brown Bag Bets weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. He is one half of the Deep Dive podcast.
I should just do one half of my face.
Maybe. You're one half of the pod?
Yeah, I wanted to be sitting down at a computer and having fast wired in internet, but you can't get in the Airbnb this early. And yeah, I'm in Phoenix. I'm outside of Dillard's. Do you guys have Dillard's in Canada?
No, I've never heard of a Dillard's. Do people in the chat know what Dillard's is? Let me know if you know what Dillard's is.
It's like a department store. There's a mountain over here. That actually a lot cooler. But no, I caught a little of that. I'm going to be on the Mahomes under as well.
Yeah.
Some of that is, I think it's good to be down to 290, but I also have a ticket on Mahomes most passing yards in the playoffs.
All right.
So there's a middle to be had. I need him to have 200 yards. I really don't need him getting hurt. That would hurt to not get that at a big price. Was a little worried that was kind of up shit's creek last week, or 2 weeks ago. God, it's been a long time since football there, Pizza.
It has, and very split opinions on Dillard's in the chat. Some people think clothing is decent. Dillard's is overrated. Yes, Dillard's won't exist in 2025. That's, so I didn't know what
it's
Dillard's
like a Yonkers, man. Well, Kepper is busy. He's in the air. He'll be here soon. If you don't think we're doing some live shit from Phoenix, I don't know, man. I got to have some waters here eventually if we're going to do any more shows today.
Well, listen, the caption was only put up there to demean you. It's not because Whale was actually busy today. It's because Whale lost on the show last year, and we don't want the deep dive pod poorly represented going forwards. We want the real deal, Andy Molitor, giving us some real picks, winners.
That's the worst part of it. I stole my prop from him because all the props I like are just like, hey, here's a prop that you can't get from 8 days ago, and here's a price that doesn't exist in any universe. So I went and checked him. Like, he's not on. I'm just going to steal his because he talked me into it. And I like it, too. I actually do like his quite a bit.
Well, for full transparency, Wales' loser last year was Bengals to kick the longest field goal in the game, which, honestly, I also bet. So I lost with Drew. But, we've already had a couple repeat losers on the show today. We had Costas on. We had Jeff Feinberg back on after he lost last year. I can't just fill it with all the guys that lost last year. We got to change it up a bit. So now I'm taken aback a little bit by the fact that you're going to just give out a Whale prop.
I know, but he really did talk me into it. I don't even know if it's time for the prop. If you want to talk about the game first.
Let's talk about the game. I'm still very hung up on this because it's almost like Whale is giving me an FU. Like, it's almost like he's saying, oh, you don't want me on the show? All right. Like, I'm going to work my way into the show type of situation.
Yeah, you know he did. He incepted it. Dude, like, he is the most bullish Chiefs bettor making the rounds, I think, around media so far this week. But I tend to agree, but I'm in the same boat. I don't even want to bet the game. I have a couple Chiefs futures. I took like a Chiefs to beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl 2 weeks ago before championship weekend because it was a bit of an off-market price, and I tended to agree that those would be the outcomes. So I already have some Chiefs in pocket. I just want to bet props. I just want to get a goddamn time on this anthem so I can know if I should be betting over 127 minus 500 at Bookmaker, who has decided to just turn off their auto mover is just set to just keep indexing, guys. Mm-hmm. We'll flip it to 128 when we get a chance.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of waiting on shit like that. But did you? I haven't watched the whole 2 hours and 42 minutes of this.
Shame on you, man. Shame on you.
Like, are you heavy on the game, or are you heavier on props? Like, of the bankroll you have on this game, I'm sure you've bet more props than side total, right? Or
I haven't bet the side or total. I've been betting exclusively props. I do like the Eagles in the game. It's just like, honestly, if it was a regular season game and it was, I wouldn't bet it. So why am I going to bet it just because it's the Super Bowl? Like, my edge is not enough on the Eagles to make a bet on them. But I do like the matchup for them. It'll make for an interesting matchbook podcast tomorrow, at least if Drew really likes the Chiefs and I can make the case for the Eagles. It's better that way.
Forgot about that. We might be at the golf course.
Well, I don't know if he's
calling in from TPC Scottsdale tomorrow.
It wouldn't be the weirdest.
The weather's
spot that
pretty
he's ever won. Yeah, the weather looks amazing, man. The weather looks amazing. All right, Andy. I already know that you've given this preamble about it being Drew's pick. Just in case it loses, you can blame it on him, which I think is honestly professional move. Pro move. Yeah. Most people that aren't me would not have caught on to that. But
you're like the Canadian Columbo. I like this.
Big time. I'd solve all the crimes. If I could solve crimes, I'd solve them all. You wouldn't want to murder or do no art, nothing bad in my neighborhood because I'll put you away.
Yeah. And it's just a nice guy. The Mounties be pounding down your door. Yeah, Detective Pizzola. He got you again. That's kind of what's going to happen. But yeah, I didn't really think of that. Like you're going deeper than I am. A lot of it seriously was just, hey, I have a bunch of props that aren't available anymore. But there is one that, again, on the deep dive, we talk each other into a lot of props, and I ended up placing this, and it's one that hasn't moved, which is usually a bad sign, right?
Well, you know what? Sometimes it's good for the following here. They want to hear it. They want you to redeem the deep dive podcast on this year's props extravaganza. Andy Molitor, what is the best prop bet for the Super Bowl?
So we're still of a very heavy notion that Jalen Hurts his shoulder is not right. I'm still going to believe that till the day I die. I went down in flames. I didn't go down in flames. I went down making money on this with Cam. Shoulder injuries are weird. So the under 37.5 yards for the longest completion by Mr. Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles. Mm-hmm. The deep ball just looked a little inaccurate. After that hit, he didn't throw a lot. I know we got 2 weeks, but Drew really dug this one into my brain. And, I mean, it's still just available pretty much everywhere. I just sourced it quick at DraftKings. It's still 37.5, minus 15. I think that's a pretty good prop. It's one of those two where you get to clinch your butthole every time there's, like, decent blocking on a screen pass. Mm-hmm. Because, that's how these lose, is like Tony Pollard kills these. And, obviously for your guys, that's one of those Dak can't hit anything deep. And then Tony gets a little bit of blocking and he scoots out for 40 yards. That's how this loses. But I just don't see the deep ball being that effective here. Especially, I don't hate this coverage. I know there's some younger players in the secondary, but I don't hate the coverage for Kansas City.
I don't hate the bet. I haven't looked at longest completion markets for the Super Bowl so far, but under 37.5, this is a widely available number. You're in Arizona, Andy. You could bet this at Betfred Sportsbook, which does have the equivalent of the best price in market right now, which is huge. But under 37.5, 36.5's out there. Anyone could get this at any book, which is a nice one to give out rather than just picking off a random number.
Just because I like you and this is your sponsor, I'm going to sign up for a bunch of books that I don't have everything, but I may already have a Betfred account. This is going to be something I'm going to have to dig into when I wake up tomorrow, because there's a little casino south of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, just across the Iowa border. And I've been to a physical Betfred location in Iowa, 2-3 years. I mean, it feels like this was forever ago. I made the wife stop when we were driving to Denver, and I didn't even know what operator was in this casino. I just knew they'd put one in. So I went in there. I'd never heard of Betfred. I had to look up the European roots that it had. But So I've been physically in a location. I'm not sure if I have the app, so I'm hoping I don't, because I just want to get all the free stuff from all these operators.
Yeah, I completely understand. I mean, take advantage of those sign-up bonuses, and the Super Bowl offers are crazy. So I totally get it. But if you do run into any Betfred representatives, just let them know the pizza man sent you. They'll have no clue what you're saying to them, but just let them know anyways.
I'm gonna tell them that.
Yeah, the pizza man.
I think it's just mobile though. Who am I gonna say that to?
You might see. Honestly, Betfred.
Is there a physical location here?
They'll have a presence at the Super Bowl. They will be sending people out.
All right.
Man, this is very cruel from Frank Brank. Really wish Drew was on it. Frank just with the burial of you, Andy. Absolute burial.
And I'll take it, because if that was from some rando, I'd have been pissed.
Yeah.
But it's from Frank. Frank and I used to do a show with zero oversight. One time we did it was an hour show. I bet we did 50 minutes on The Masked Singer. And it was one offshore was offering $25 lines on it. And we seriously talked about it for almost an hour. That's how Frank rolls. So if you take him with a grain of salt.
Well, I've known Frank for a long time. For a long time never could have believed that someone's first name could be Frank and their last name could be Brank. I thought that was a prank on me, frankly. And nope, he is Frank Brank. I attended his wedding, actually. I attended his wedding. We played an 8-man scramble on a golf course. It took about 7 hours. We were the only people out there. Absolutely legendary. Enjoy your time in Arizona. Say hi to Drew. And I like how you've, kind of put the onus on him with this pick that you've given him as well.
No, I'm gonna. He'll fly. He lands in about a half hour. I'm gonna go back to the bar I was just at, sit down again. I told him I'm gonna pay my tab, but I'm coming back. I like it here. So
nice.
Zinkies. I don't know how to say it. Old Town Scottsdale. They get the thumbs up, 5-star Andy approval. That's my first review of the day. And yeah, thanks for having me on, Rob. You have a good weekend, man.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy the Super Bowl. It's Andy Molitor from BetSperts, and he's here because Whale Capper was busy today. Just want to let everyone know. Enjoy the game, Andy.
Yep. See you, man.
All right. Money in the Brank is a good one. I don't know how I never thought of that. I'll bring that up with Frank, who may or may not be on the show today. Maybe the cat's out of the bag at this point. All right. We're coming down the home stretch. I'm behind time, 5 minutes. I'm going to make it up, I promise. Might have to cut 1 minute from every single person. Live from Dusseldorf, I think. I have no idea where. Suma.
It's like 1 hour from Düsseldorf, but pretty close.
I think you've told me where you live before. You don't have to share it on air or anything like that, but I always just assume Dusseldorf. So, yeah.
It's not like in Canada or the US where you have to drive like 5 hours to the next town or something. So it's just 1 hour from Düsseldorf, from the airport.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but they gave an NFL game to Germany. Did they not give a Chiefs game to Germany?
Yes, Chiefs game next year in Germany. We will have 2 games in Germany next year, one in Frankfurt and one in Munich again, I guess.
What were the games?
I only know that one is going to be Chiefs, and I don't know anything more right now. I will try to get some tickets.
With your luck, Patrick Mahomes will suffer an ankle sprain the week before, and you'll get a Chad Henne game, probably.
Possibly, yes. But to be honest, also last year we thought that Seahawks against Bucks is going to be pretty boring. So looking forward to it.
I don't know if you heard Andy Molitor just before me, but Drew is flying into Arizona. We do have the Matchbook pod tomorrow, me, you, and Drew, and apparently they're supposed to be golfing. So it sounds like we might get a drunk Drew on the Matchbook pod tomorrow, live from the golf course. Now, Drew likes the Chiefs in the game. I like the Eagles. Where do you stand right now on the game?
Sorry, Drew, it's going to be 2-1 because I'm also leaning towards the Eagles.
Well, I'll be interested to hear him make his case for it regardless. It'd be interesting. I mean, plus he's done he might be on the golf course. A few weeks ago, he was at like some orchard or something where he was doing his hit. He's done it from his car before. Golf courses is be totally fine.
Probably you hide for him.
Patriots going to play a home game in Germany in 23.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
or I missed the news.
Hopefully, it's Bailey Zappi and not Mac Jones.
Yes, hopefully.
That would be a more interesting one. All right, Suma. We've talked at length about this game over the course of the last couple weeks here on Forward Progress, but we haven't talked at length about props. We did a little bit about props, just in general, earlier in the week. But the people want to know your favorite prop bet on the Super Bowl this year that is widely available right now is what?
First of all, the pick is in.
Oh.
Come on, Las Vegas, let's go!
A professional move that was. Absolute professional move. The host couldn't even do it, but Suma came from Dusseldorf, came to the rescue.
My prop of the week is Miles Sanders over 16.5 rush yards, currently at -110 across the board at DraftKings, for instance. It just moved like 10 minutes before I got on the show. Like when Andy started talking, it moved from 59.5 -125 to 60.5 -110. I still like that. I would still grab it probably into the 62, 63 range. I think this is a great matchup for the Eagles on the ground. I think that their offensive line is going to dominate. The Chiefs' defense look like average against the run when you look at some metrics, but they have also faced the easiest schedule of opposing rush offenses. I don't think that they have come close to face any kind of rushing offense or rushing threat that the Eagles will present to them this week. The Chiefs defense also plays the highest rate of cover 2 shells, high rate of light and 7-man boxes. I think this is the perfect matchup, and I think if the Chiefs want to do some funky stuff, they will probably have to play a lot of cover 1 and cover 3, but that way they will also be exposed on the outside by Devontae Smith and Andrew Brown. So it's basically pick your poison, and I think this is going to be a great rushing matchup for the Eagles. There's also the small chance that Jalen Hurts will not be 100%, and they might not open the full playbook on the ground for him to not expose him to some injuries. And it's also a little bit correlated with me liking the Eagles in this game because I make it a little bit more probable that the Eagles will have a good game script in the second half. And that way, I think it would be the perfect storm for them to be able to run out this clock against this Chiefs rush defense.
All right, Miles Sanders over. The rushing yardage is very widely available. Betfred has 60.5 at -110, as do a majority of other sportsbooks as well. So should not be hard to find. What's your cap on the over on the rushing total here?
Let's do 63.5.
Okay, 63.5 as the cap.
Room.
So you got some room there.
Yes.
All right, Suma. Enjoy the game. I'm sure you'll, it's an earlier start. It's not like it's a 8 p.m. start on the Eastern time. It's great for you. You'll get to sleep by like 3:30 a.m. or something like that. Much easier.
Super Bowl is always better than every primetime game.
Do they do like watch parties in Germany or anything like that?
Yes. I will do a watch party with some friends. We will have some American or North American stuff like corn dogs and hot dogs and stuff like that. And yes, we'll be enjoying with some friends.
Well, appreciate it. Enjoy the game. Best of luck with your bets.
Best of
All right.
luck.
That's Suma. And honestly, he talked about how he does some American style thing like eating hot dogs. What a segue to our next guest who absolutely loves handicapping hot dog competitions. You would say it's his bread and butter. Some people have said he wins at nothing except for handicapping hot dog competitions. Others might call him basically a card counter, like Dave Portnoy once did. Others in the neighborhood want him to move out because he refuses to pick up his dog's poop. It is Joseph Knish.
Listen, I feel bad for the people that have had to wait 3 hours. This is like you go into you're waiting for kickoff here, 3 hours, your wife is nagging at you, you got a bunch of randos walking in that you don't want to hear nonsense, and then the man walks in with all the answers, and look at what we have here, baby. No place I'd rather be. I see you in the comments, baby. No man can turn it up like this guy. I'm excited, baby. I'm excited for this one.
We wanted to get like the quality guests on earlier on in the show, like the people who are actually going to give out good picks. And then I know some people took the day off work for this today. I don't know why you people did that, but some people are messaging me. Yeah, I'm getting sauced for this show and whatever. So now we're 3 hours in, and I guess this is the entertainment that they need, Knish.
Yeah, we got to turn it up. I'm listening. I can't even understand what Suma said. Oh, no, but I'm in German. I'm like, what is this guy saying? Just give me a winner here. I can't understand. I just had to listen to that. Now you got the man of the hour here turning it back up. So, hey, listen, big game coming up, and listen, you can forget everything that here's the guy and the dog. Come here. There we go, there's a ride and die. Hey, let's just say these props go bad. Highest bidder hit the DMs for this pretty girl here.
Well, I wish I had listened to Eric's advice. I had not, and I'm gonna go deaf in my ears right now. Going from Suma's decibel level to yours is a very stark contrast from the streets of Dusseldorf to the streets of Detroit. Did you
Very
bet the-
similar. A lot of people say that Detroit is the Dusseldorf. Where's he at? Dussel? I don't even
No,
know.
we don't actually really know. He tells me all the time, but I just revert back to Dusseldorf because I can't pronounce the name of his actual spot. And by the way, the absolute answer to this is no. If I give out, first of all, I gave out a winner last year. Just going to make it known. Can we have you on? Did we have you on last year, Knish? Were you on the show?
Yeah.
You had a winner too. Rams more first downs than the Bengals. Boom. Absolute banger of a play that was. Easy cash. Easy cash. What's going to be the easy cash this year? The people want to know. They've waited literally 3 hours for this.
3 hours.
So, listen, we've got through some serious scrubs. Jeff Feinberg was even on the show. You know what I'm talking about? Rufus.
Right. This isn't a golf tournament. Is that what did he give out? Something, a waste management prop or something here? I don't want to hear what he says on the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was something like Chiefs more points than Colin Morikawa putts or something like that. And I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention. But the people, they want to know, Knish, what is the best Super Bowl prop bet on the board right now?
Here we go, baby. Listen, 3 weeks ago now, if you want to be specific, Joey K popped on the Twitter and said the man Knish Darius Toney was gonna have a big game. Took the catches, took the yardage, cash. Then we go to the AFC Championship game, and all the squares jump out. This is like it was like that what's going on with Kenny Gainwell right now, where everybody who's late to the party, all the squares are jumping out. Oh, Kenny Gainwell! I actually think some people gave this out on the show, so I don't want to do it.
Well, wait. We've had mixed opinions.
Okay.
We had Tom Casale, your partner in crime, over. By the way, Tom Casale.
He's on the over. Okay, then I'm about to switch my pick to the under, but no.
But Nick Costas is on the under. So
we talked about that on the YB yesterday. I'd feel better if it was like somebody a little bit more.
Well, we know that Tom Casale does a great job on Hit the Books. In fact, if we isolate his record versus yours from last year, Tom Casale is by far. Him and Brad are carrying the Hit the Books.
People are listen. There's been some discrepancy. We got to start like fishing this. I'm gonna send Zach. Whatever Zach's doing for the next 4 hours, cancel it and have him audit every Hit the Books to see who gave out which picks. Because I don't think Mr. Power's a little inflated. I'll tell you that right now. Not Casale, worst of all time. You said it. Listen, Kenny Gainwell rushing yards over. It's the highest total Kenny Gainwell's ever had in his entire life, and it's a Super Bowl game. Anyway. Back to. I'm setting up here. We got thrown off because Casale gave out a loser. So we go to the AFC Championship game. All of the fish then jump on the bandwagon. They saw Joey K get down. Turn the volume down. It's still blaring. I actually have the mic way closer to me than usual. People bitch about
okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's get on track here. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with your prop pick. And then we're going to talk about your microphone because I need to set the record straight afterwards. But your prop pick. We'll get to the comments about the microphone.
Kadarius Toney. I'm going over his yard. We played over 23.5 yards. Catches isn't out there yet. I'm going to play the catches. And for a little bit of a sprinkle, first Chiefs reception. First Chiefs to have a reception. Toney plus 800. So give me the yards over. Give me the first reception. Give me the receptions once they're out there. They're not out there yet, but I'm going to play it. And listen.
Okay. Wait, no. Don't tell anyone to listen. You listen for 1 second here. All right? You've given out 3 different Kadarius Toney things. His receiving yards right now, widely available, 25.5. Receptions has been posted, 2.5, plus 100. And
is it?
Yeah, it's posted.
Where's it at?
DK, BetMGM, Caesars. It's out there. It's out there. You can send your text after the show. It's okay.
Yeah, I've got. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But we need the official pick. I don't want none of this bullshit of this lost, but I gave this. We need the official pick. If you're looking for glory, we'll gladly do the first reception plus 800 because honestly, then you'll be like, I have to have Lay It with Luke on later in the show because he gave Jesse Bates to get an interception last year at plus 550. So now I can't, I got to give the guy the time of day again. But I need the official pick.
Give me, you know what? Joey K wasn't born, taking the little mini shots there. Give me the plus 800 first reception. We're going for the big one. And if it hits, I'm going to go back and audit this. That'll be more profit than everybody else who jumped on this combined. I guarantee it. Give me the plus 800 Tony first reception.
All right. I like what you're doing there. I do want to point out, you ragged on my boy Suma. Suma is easier to understand than Knish. Yes. Okay. I'm going to get to our next guest in a second here. But for 1 minute, I want to clear this up.
Who's up next, by the way? Who cares? Probably somebody.
It's hard to follow you. It's hard to follow you, for sure, because you bring a certain level of energy. However, I get a lot of messages every week. Pizzola, for God's sakes.
Joey K.
For God's sakes, get Knish a microphone. And I have the receipts that I sent you messages before of like, Knish, I'm going to buy you a microphone. And you're like, oh, no, it's just the cord on mine. Or I got a new set coming. Like, why can you not just get a... What is this? What is this from 1948? What is that microphone? I'll get you a quality mic.
Isn't the Yeti brand? I'm not in the production brand. Isn't Yeti like nice?
Like
I got a new cord too. I'm sounding crystal clear.
I'm gonna have to fly Zach out to Detroit for 5 minutes, so he can go through your setup and figure out what's going on here. But this isn't. This is the audio quality of like, I don't even know what this is. You might as well just be using your laptop microphone. We don't get it. None of us get it. None of us get like.
If we had a producer here that was a little bit more initiative, he would have drove from Ontario to Detroit here. It's the quick trip.
Sure, to play all the tickets, and then you'd have them play tickets in Ontario on the way back for you. My production crew is saying that you do have a good microphone. So something is going on here. Something is going on here. We got to figure this out.
Knish, I'm too busy driving around picking up your Proline tickets to go and waste time on your mic.
I'll meet you at like whatever trashy party shop here we can get so I can cash. I got a bunch of Proline. You can only cash 1,000 at a time in these Prolines. I got a bunch of them to cash. I got to make a trip to Canada here. I've been putting it off because the Proline college football season's over. But
all right. This interview.
They're steaming the Tony receptions on me here as I'm out.
See you later.
Wait till after here.
Uncle K market influence is real. Here we go. But this is what happens. For the sake of content, you have to pay 15 cents extra. It is what it is, man. My man. It is what it is. Anyways, any early leans for the hot dog competition this year or what?
I mean, you got to see. It's. Somebody bring Kobayashi back or something, because there's any of the early stuff is just like Chestnut to win minus 8 billion, and the guy, there's nobody in the world. The one guy who was like kind of like I forget it, was like getting there, just he retired a few years ago. So no, there's nothing. He's too dominant. The man can't lose. He's like LeBron James. So yeah, well, you got to wait into the smaller stuff gets out there, because unless you want to lay like minus 5,000, Chestnut wins. Yeah, that's good. Put a few dimes on it for me while you're at it.
All right, you could put a few dimes down on your Kadarius Toney overs and your first reception.
People are steaming this.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Joey Knish, you can catch him
next. I'll stay on.
You want to stay on? No, I'm not. I cannot have you overpowering all the guests the rest of the way. This can't happen. I already know the way that this goes down. And I have too much respect for the people who are remaining on this show.
I've got a beef with some people that we've had on too, so I should have jumped on earlier. That a couple of people here I'd like to get a piece of. So yeah, let me look back at the guest list. So
yeah, we're not going to do that. Anyways, the GOAT.
Oh, Frank's up next. That'll be a snoozer. Frank, and then nobody. Listen, if I go a few minutes over, nobody's missing out on a few minutes of Frank. So
say it to the man's face right here. Say it to the man's face.
Hey, there! This
What's up, dude?
FTN there. Jesus Christ!
I was like,
people are like,
I was so
hey.
pumped. I was so pumped. I was like, I get to follow Andy. This is great. Then Suma came on. And I was like, damn, this is terrible. He knows what he's talking about. And I saw you pop on. And I was like, thank fucking God, this guy. There's not a real person in the world that sounds like this person.
Oh man! All right, Knish, go bet your props. Go bet Kadarius Toney. Peace out.
Sounds good, fellas. Good luck.
Frank Brank.
What's up, buddy?
Frank Brank prank. It's all going good. It's all going good. For those that don't know, I've done a lot of betting work with Frank over the years. He's a betting analyst for FTN Bets. He's the managing director of FTN Data, which is one of the best data sets for football out there, period. Highly, highly, highly recommended. If you're serious about modeling the NFL, FTN Data guy. Frank's your guy. At Real Frank Brank on Twitter.
I'm gonna have to set you up with a promo code or something here.
Listen, I mean, I know a lot of people who use FTN Data. Happy to promote it without anything attached to it.
Appreciate it.
But like the Real Frank Brank on Twitter, that like who's creating a fake Frank Brank is what I need to know.
That was the point. That's when I made the Twitter account when I was in college. I was like, surely, no one's ever gonna confuse me with anybody. This is perfect.
Yeah, man. I'll never get over it, Frank. I'll never get. I know the jokes are getting old about the rhyming of the name, but I'll never get over it.
It's my whole life. It's all right.
Yes. All right. Let's get into the game. You're a Cowboys fan, like I am, which is unfortunate for both of us. I guess as a neutral, you'd probably be rooting for the Chiefs in this game.
Yeah, and I like the root for greatness and like Mahomes and like seeing the LeBron stuff. I was a Tiger fan, or I am a Tiger fan, so like I like to see the greatness involved. Granted, I don't hate Jalen Hurts yet. I don't hate Sirianni yet. I'm sure I will at some point, but it's like it's not rooting for the Patriots quite yet. Rooting for the Chiefs, I guess, because Patrick Mahomes isn't as annoying as Tom Brady, and Belichick isn't quite Andy Reid. They're almost exact opposites. So that's good to see. But I don't really care, I guess, who wins the game more so than like the random 55 prop bets I'll put in on Sunday morning. I probably just root for those instead.
So most of your accumulation of props is going to happen on game day. I guess a lot of unders probably.
I'll just get bored. Yeah, unders. Yeah, like I like to just be the worst, and just put all the under bets, that I can find. So I'm sure they'll all go steaming over and all the donkeys will win. But I do like to just bet unders in general.
Yeah, I mean, for this game, I think there's a pretty good argument to be made that over the course of many years, if you were just betting unders on Super Bowl game day, you'll obviously have Super Bowls like the Eagles Patriots, Nick Foles, where you just get crushed. And that's going to happen. But you also get the Super Bowls like the Rams Patriots, which ends like 13-3 and all the unders cash. And there tends to be a little bit of inflation in the market on these overs, especially on game day. So I don't hate that strategy. I'm probably only like 25% filled on what I'm going to play, as I'm just kind of waiting for numbers to get higher and higher here.
Yeah, I think that's like the general trend. Like people are going to keep going to bet Kelsey, right? Like you're not going to get super high limits in a lot of these markets anyway. So a few $100s here or there can start to sort of shift numbers in a way it's probably positive to be, or at least maybe less negative to be on the under than it is the over. Some of these VIGs that are out there, but I don't really care. It's more of like an entertainment thing for me. I don't really expect on Sunday morning to wake up and bet a bunch of props and be plus EV, except for the anthem. I haven't missed that one in however many years. So shout out Austin. I don't know if you had Austin on, but shout out Austin for that.
We did not have Austin on. We did not have Austin on, but yes, the anthem. Let's just say it can be a cash.
10 years in a row. Like 10 years in a row. I think.
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good over the years. All right. Favorite prop bet of the Super Bowl this year, something that's widely available. Go.
Yeah, I went with under on total passing yards for Hurts plus Mahomes. And less so for the reason that I think they're going to struggle. I think the game script is going to be a lot of rushing for both of these teams. Philly, I sort of do some more advanced stats on my own personal side. And if you sort of control for score, control for down, distance, where they are in the field, Philly was second in rushing success this year. I had the Chiefs surprisingly at fifth, obviously leading a lot and that sort of thing. Certainly, can get some strange numbers, especially for Philly because they run the ball a lot, but they still have success when you account for score, right? So I do think that in general, both these teams are going to have success on the ground, which is going to lead them to running more. I think both quarterbacks are going to avoid mistakes, especially Hurts, right? So he's going to be more likely to tuck it and run. Younger guy, first time out there, right, and on a huge stage. I do think, especially in the first half, that it'll be a little slower probably than what we would expect given the two offenses. Yep. So I think Suma kind of had a similar point where, a lot of these, I think there's gonna be a lot of rushing success and maybe a little bit less deep passing success. These games are typically in the first quarter or first 10 minutes or so are played to the chest. So I do like both these guys to kind of come up short. And I think betting them together almost gives me like an inverse relationship where if Philly's ahead and Mahomes is going crazy, then Hurts is probably not going to be throwing the ball down the field very often. So I do like both the unders in general, but if I pair them together, I get even a better number than adding up the two prices out there in the market right now.
Fair enough. I like that look. I'm seeing it widely available at 545.5. So Frank's playing the under. Hurts and Mahomes combined passing yards. This is kind of in line. We had Ian McMillan on earlier from BetSided who liked the Mahomes passing yardage under. So we're kind of at the, I guess, correlated outcomes here.
And when you get to the sort of Sunday morning theory here, this number was like 294.5 this morning when I saw it because I was just going to play that side. Now I see it's 296.5 out there. Like it's really getting up. So I was like, I'm probably one I'm going to also bet Sunday morning when it comes to it because that's a lot of yards, man, especially against that Philly secondary. Like even more so like the pass rush, right? So the other angle might be betting like Mahomes over rushing. That number's probably down a little bit because he had a sprained ankle. There's probably a bunch of correlation there that you could put together between Mahomes underpassing, over rushing, that sort of thing.
Yep, I agree. I'm certainly going to be on the Mahomes under on Sunday. I think that number is a little bit too high with the quality of the Eagles' pass defense, injuries at wide receiver. I think it's just a little bit. Obviously, it's Patrick Mahomes. We could lose that bet, but I'm with you. I think the value lies on the under here. Appreciate you joining me, Frank. Let the people know where they can find your stuff.
Yeah, ftnbets.com, ftndata.com. Really reach out to me. Like Rob said, the data package is as good as you're going to get out there, and it's a lot cheaper than anything else you're going to find out there as well. So even if you're just kind of a sit-at-home modeler, send me a message. We'll work something out.
All right. It's Frank Brank.
Appreciate it.
Follow him on Twitter at RealFrankBrank. Enjoy the Super Bowl, Frank.
See you guys.
That's Frank Brank. Good stuff there. Frank's a pretty sharp guy. I've been betting with him on stuff for years and approaches things from an analytical perspective that I think brings a lot of value. For those who are asking in terms of the plays that are going to be on a Google sheet or anything, we'll recap them all at the end as well. They're scrolling across the ticker at the bottom. Plays that have come out over the course of the show. Obviously, numbers are not going to last forever. You got to do what you can. If you have to review, I've had most of the guests give out prices that they would play certain things to as well if they were not widely available in market. So you can definitely review that as well if you need to. From Frank Brank, Italian, by the way, to another Italian, I think. But you'd never know it unless he's from northern Italy with the Clive Bixby. Clive.
Yeah, real last name ends in a vowel. So, we're kind of on the same page there.
I hear you're a big believer in scripted games.
I am. I think you have to follow the script at all times. It's a shame that I've been blocked from the best source of scripts now in the Twitter universe. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. So now everything's just guesswork from here.
Yes. This is like, we're talking a little bit in like an inside joke way. So I'll fill the audience in. But obviously this week there was like a quote unquote leaked Super Bowl script, Pro Football like as a screenshot of Pro Football Reference with a final score of 37-34. I see that the chat is making jokes of this right now, but it was
Clyde.
Clyde reads more books. But yes, I mean, have people not realized that there was a leaked script for the NFC Championship game as well that didn't come to fruition? Like, what are we doing in life here, Clive? I don't even know anymore, man.
Well, he's got Twitch, or what is it? Twitter fiction or fiction tweeter, something like that, like in his headline. But then he accuses other people of just doing like not understanding the script. So I don't know what he's doing. He's just out of his effing mind.
So Ben Fox tweeted yesterday the top 4 placed bets at BetMGM in terms of ticket count. One of the top 4 was the coin toss, which I found to be funny, but also one of the top 4 was an exact final score of 37-34 in the game at 80-1, which, by the way, I mean, is a horrible price when you consider all the range of outcomes of a game. But people are really buying into this scripted game stuff, and I find it just so weird. Like, I'm incapable of understanding the logic of how the league, the teams, the players can all be in on making a game an exact final score.
I know. It's really, it takes some absolutely fantastic planning. And I've been fortunate enough to know a few people that are involved in the league personally, and they've hit it for me for so long. Like, it's kind of rude. Like, supposed to be close with some of these people, and they're not giving me the scripts. So I have to look elsewhere for them. But I mean, people are out of their mind. They just want to believe things that are just nuts. Some really funny memes though out there of like different scripts and things that have happened over the last 5 to 10 years. And like when this person reads the script, take like Deshaun Watson, like, oh, this is what I have to do this season. Like,
yeah. I mean, like, okay, think about the path to get to 37-34. You basically need one kicker to kick 3 field goals and the other kicker to successfully kick 2 field goals. Like, those are not items that you would script. Like, if you were going to script something, it would be for them to miss. Listen, the ridiculous of this conversation is too much for me to handle at this point. But like, why would you make it so that they have to kick these field goals to get? I don't. Anyways, I digress. I'm going to have an ulcer if we keep talking about the scripted games, so it's best that we get away from them. And it's best, Clive, that you give the people what they are here for. Your best bet.
So I don't know that this is necessarily my best bet. It's the one that is probably the most fun, I think, to kind of watch as somebody who's into the NBA like myself too. Made a play at WinBet.
Are we good? We're going cross sport? Oh, yes. I love this.
We went cross sport. The first one on there was hockey with Connor McDavid, but I don't know shit about hockey. So I figured I'd lay off of that. It's actually going to be Jalen Hurts' longest completion -4.5 versus Jason Tatum points versus the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay.
And that was at -125 on WinBet.
How high would you go there?
Honestly, not much more than that. If it goes to 130, which WinBet honestly doesn't tend to tick their lines up that way, so it's probably unlikely. It would probably go to -135, but I think there's a little bit of room.
Interesting. So are you going to be looking to play more cross sport stuff on Sunday? What's the NBA schedule looking like on Sunday? Are there a bunch of games?
Not many. So there is Memphis, Boston, and Detroit, Toronto. So there's not really anything else there for me. But I mean, Memphis, Boston, it's a 2:00 game. So I'll know how live I am and what I have to root for by kickoff.
Someone in the chat had posted a play with something to do with Pascal Siakam points. I wish I had started so I could go back to it now. But
that was one of them too that was on Win. See if I can find it quickly. But yeah, I thought it would be something fun to keep me involved all day.
I like it. I like the diversity of the plays that have been given out here today. We got some player props. We got some cross-sport stuff. We got a first-half team total. We got some. We had sacks under earlier. So there's a bunch of different rooting interests. Clive Bixby does appear with me here on Forward Progress. Obviously, football season is over now, but he will be incorporated into some NBA content that we have going on the Board NBA channel as well. If you want to subscribe to that channel, again, it's the Board NBA. There's a daily show there called Pick and Roll with Jacob Gramenya and Pips. Very good in terms of prop betting show. Some same game parlay stuff as well, but not, stuff that moves the market and is like, you'll get some plus EV bets from watching that. Appreciate it, Clive. Enjoy the game. Hopefully, 37-34 final score. I don't think I'll ever appear again. I think
I'm done. Yeah,
that would be it for me. I'll have to deactivate accounts. Appreciate it, man. All the best.
Good luck.
It's Clive Bixby. Follow him on Twitter at CliveBixby41. We're going to keep the train moving. 3 more guests to wrap out our 23 guest slate from today's Super Bowl props extravaganza. Very much looking forward to this one. He's the director of content for Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros. He's a plus EV sports bettor. I had the privilege of talking to him earlier this season about the NFL. It's Matthew Friedman. Steps up and in here on Forward Progress. Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. We had an interesting conversation earlier in the year. I thought that would be great, right up your alley. Obviously, you've had success in the DFS space for a while and now transitioning into props and betting and so on and so forth. Before we get into the props market, we've kind of heard, tons of different stuff, which we can go over for today. Curious, because you are pretty good at breaking down the NFL in general. Love hearing your breakdowns pretty regularly. A breakdown of the Chiefs and Eagles, even if you don't have a bet on the game, is there something that you subjectively feel like is going to happen? Like if somebody comes up to you, one of your friends you're watching Super Bowl Sunday with, and they're like, I got to place a bet, Matt. Like, I don't care. I'm not going to hold you accountable to this. Who do you like in the game? What's the answer you're giving them?
I mean, the number's been 1.5 Eagles. I think that's wrong. I favor the Chiefs in this spot by 1.5. So, I mean, we're all in that general pick'em range, so it's not as if I think there's a massive edge there. But if someone asks me, what do I think is going on with this spread? I think it's going in the wrong direction here. And so I do like the Chiefs. And I will say there's been a lot of talk about how great this defense is for the Eagles, the defensive line in particular, 70 sacks in the regular season, number 1 in the league. That's fine. Sure. Good defensive line, but I don't know, man, the matchup that they have, I don't think is actually all that much better than the matchup that the Chiefs have with their defensive line going against an Eagles team that is middle of the road in sacks taken. Like Jalen Hurts took 2.5 sacks on average, per game. That's like number 24, like 21 in the league, just in terms of like, if you're adjusting or you have raw sack data, like he takes sacks. They have a good offensive line, but they're really good at run blocking, not quite as good at pass blocking. And so I think that it could be a situation where the Chiefs are actually able to get more sacks, more pressure on Jalen Hurts than kind of like the opposite direction of the Eagles getting a lot of pressure on Patrick Mahomes, who takes very few sacks and has a pretty good offensive line all on his own.
Yep. Listen, I'm on the opposite side. Like, I haven't bet the game. I subjectively lean to the Eagles just because I think that they're superior at so many positions to the Chiefs, but there's like the Mahomes factor as well, which is like, you basically need Mahomes to win a game, and he's like getting that. There's something that's very appealing about that. So I completely understand like the arguments coming from both sides, and I'm very wish-washy on what I think is going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like it is very much in that pick'em type of range. I think that Mahomes at this point is probably less injured than Jalen Hurts. Like, even though Hurts hasn't been on the injury report for a while, like he just has not looked the same as a passer, like not able to air the ball out, not as accurate in throwing down the field. So that kind of tilts me a little bit more in the direction of the Chiefs here. Like the injury to Jalen Hurts as a passer, I think is pretty significant.
We've had a few people that have mentioned that today, especially talking about the deep ball, playing unders on Jalen Hurts' longest completion for that reason as well.
I like that one.
Yeah, which has been a popular one out there. And honestly, I tend to agree, having watched Philly San Fran back as well. I think it was pretty noticeable on the deep shots that he took in that game, that the accuracy just wasn't there. So that's something to keep an eye out for sure. I'm curious, Matt, in terms of, assembling your Super Bowl portfolio from a props perspective, how much do you think you've already, what percentage of your bets do you think you've already placed versus what's going to come on this weekend? Obviously, a lot of people gravitate towards the unders late in market, but I'm just curious where you sit in terms of accumulating a portfolio.
Yeah, I'm probably about 20% there. I've sort of mapped out what I'm likely to bet. And I have taken a couple of positions just because, I know for some of these, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and bet it now. And so I can put it in the Discord and so people can look at it. But I'm still waiting. But there is an MVP bet that I've made that I very much am, galaxy braining out on and am looking forward to talking about.
All right, let's get to it. I mean, you teased it. I'm very interested in this. This is the second year I'm doing this, and last year there was a propensity for a lot of people to take some underdog or long shot MVP players from that Super Bowl. I wasn't entirely convinced on the rationale, so you're going to have to sell me on this one overall. And honestly, it could just be the price because there's a price that you'd bet at anything. But let's get into it. Your MVP pick for the Super Bowl.
I gotta say, so I was looking in the outline, and you've had a great list of people coming onto the show, all of them giving very reasonable takes, pretty streamlined type or main market type of props. And I was thinking all right, I gotta come in here. No one's coming in here with a big galaxy brain take, a big long shot, and I got to do this here. So Harrison Butker, 350 to 1 to win Super Bowl MVP at PointsBet. And I would probably bet this down to 250 to 1. This is not going to happen. I will just say, I know that this is not going to happen, but within the realm of it's not going to happen, I think it is slightly more probable than the implied odds that accompany 350 to 1. So 350 to 1, that's around 0.25% chance of happening. And I think it's more like 0.5% chance of happening, which sounds so stupid to sort of distinguish between that. But on the tails, that actually matters when you're talking about the difference from 250 to 1 to 350 to 1. It doesn't matter if we're talking about 50 to 50.5%. But the rationale behind this play is that I do think the Chiefs are undervalued in the market. And I think if the Chiefs are to win the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes has, an 80, 90% chance of winning the MVP, just kind of based on how it is that the Chiefs are constructed. But we are in a situation where we have two pretty good defenses going against each other. You have the Eagles, leading the league with 70 sacks in the regular season. The Chiefs, number 2 in the league with 55 sacks. So two pretty good defenses that can get after the quarterback. And you do have two injured quarterbacks in this game. So I think the possibility of this being a lower scoring affair, it's greater than people might anticipate. And Andy Reid at times can be a little bit conservative. So if we have a lower scoring game, and I think the Chiefs are going to win, is it possible to see a situation where Harrison Butker has 3, maybe 4 made field goals? Let's say a couple of them are from 50 yards and one of them is a game winner. That's possible. And if that happens, he's live. He would be live in that situation to win MVP. Even then, he might not win it, but he would be within the running of it. So 350 to 1, that is just too discounted to where I have to take a little position on it.
Yep. Listen, at the end of the day, it's a numbers game, right? And I think the way that you've approached it is the correct way to do it, right? What is this line telling me in terms of the percentage likelihood that it's going to happen? That's your starting point. And I think that it's more likely to happen than this. I will play this prop now because I have FOMO. And I could just never deal with you coming on my show and saying Harrison Butker MVP, and then it happens and I didn't cash in on that. So I will be rooting for a field goal fest in this game. Give me 6 Harrison Butker field goals, including the walk-off in like an 18 to 17 Chiefs win. How about that?
Yeah, that I would be one of the happiest people in the world if that actually happens.
Yes. I wish you all the best in that. Matt Friedman, let people know where they could find your work.
You can find the work at Betting Pros, at Fantasy Pros. Going to have a whole bunch of draft content coming out as we get past the Super Bowl. And you can follow me on Twitter at Matt F. The Oracle. And Rob, got to say, shout out to everything that you were doing at the Hammer Network. Fantastic first year. Not even yet first year, but first NFL season that you guys have had.
Yes, really appreciate that. I mean, listen, we put a lot of work into it, in growing it. We just want to put out good content that resonates with real bettors.
Absolutely.
So it's been fun. It's been fun to do it. This has been a grind today, I can tell you that. 3.5 hours so far, another half hour to go. But appreciate you stopping in, Matt, and go Harrison Butker at this point.
All right, thanks, man. Have a good one.
All right, it's Matt Friedman. Check out his stuff, Betting Pros, Fantasy Pros. Yeah, I like that. I like that he gave that out because Knish thought he was being a hero with his 8-1 play. And someone comes in with a 350-1, just drops the bomb on him. Absolutely love that. I'm going to bet that. I'm going to bet it. All right. For those who watched last year, when we did this on Circles Off, pre-recorded segment, we turned a hefty profit last year. The majority of it came from one person. His name is Luke Campanella. If you watch Forward Progress and you've been on this YouTube channel, you might have seen Lay It with Luke earlier this year. Luke last year gave Jesse Bates to record an interception at plus 550. He was almost laughed out of the room. And of course, Jesse Bates recorded an interception. He now joins us.
How's it going, Rob?
It's going okay. How about you?
I'm good. I actually have a bone to pick really quick before we get started. It feels like every time I hop onto one of these, I have a bone to pick. But I think when Rob, when you first approached me about this, the one thing I said, it was the only thing I wanted, was the go home time slot. Okay? That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be the last person to come on this show. I go to look at the sign-up sheet yesterday.
Don't say who's last. But I know it's going to bother you. Yes. I've been trying to keep it tight. It's very obvious who's last here, people. Like, let's be real. If you consume my content, you know who's last. Luke, I'm sorry. I like you as a guy. I don't mean the disrespect, but you were never getting the closing slot. It wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen.
Jesus Christ. First a laptop, now this. When is it ever going to go my way?
You did. What was the final record on Lay It with Luke this year?
So just on straights, it was 18-10. I did take a future on the Hawks to win the NFC West, which at the time looked like a safe bet. And then all of a sudden, Brock Purdy, became the second coming of Jesus Christ for the San Francisco 49ers. So nothing I can do there. But a nice finish at 18-11 when everybody thought I was going to have a losing record throughout.
Well, you didn't have a losing record. And when you say everybody thought you were going to have a losing record, that included me. So I do have to give you credit for putting it all together. Successful NFL year. Again, you gave a banger of an NFL prop last year. Before we get into your prop, Eagles, Chiefs, who do you like to win the game? Why?
Riding the Chiefs. I said this from the start, but I always felt whoever won the AFC was going to win the Super Bowl. Eagles have just had the easiest schedule whatsoever. It's like, wiping your butt with Charmin, right? It's soft. It doesn't really do anything. It's all about actually putting it. And the AFC was difficult this year outside Denver. It was a difficult, conference. I never thought the Bengals were a bad team. I never thought the Chiefs were a bad team. I was riding the Chiefs last week, and I'm still upset about the corrupt reffing that was going on. I've been saying this for a week now, but I will be the first witness in that RICO case when the U.S. government goes to the NFL Refs Association and files it. I will be number one person, and I won a bunch of money off that. So,
what's your issue with you think that there's some sort of corruption with the refs?
You know what? It's not as bad as baseball. Baseball is a sport of steroids and cheating, right? It's not that, but what it is just terrible calls. Look, that I forget his name, the 22-year-old kid on the Bengals, makes probably the biggest mistake of his career up until that point. He's crying on the sideline. His teammates are calling him crap. And then, if you watch that play back over, there's like 4 block in the back calls that they could have just called on anybody and chose not to. You know, I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes is perfect, but you know, when Tony Romo's calling the game, he might as well be, you know, the third coming of Jesus Christ.
Fair enough. I mean, I just think officials are bad at their job and there might not be any corruption. That's just me.
Well, it's a good point you make that, because the NFL is the only sport where refs are part-time employees. Only sport. You know?
Billion dollar company, Luke, part-time refs.
Look, Goodell, if you want to be corrupt, I'm happy to be a head referee next season. I have no experience whatsoever other than coaching Pee-wee football, but if you need my support, I'm super corrupt. I would sell it for Saudi Arabian money, so you just let me know what you need.
I'm going to have to agree with Javon. It was a clear penalty. Anyways,
I'm not
saying we're not going to argue. We're not going to argue about whether or not it was a penalty or not. We're not getting into this, Luke. We're not going to do this. It will just go on for half an hour. Last year, you gave us Jesse Bates interception plus 550. This year, you can call it a lock. You can call it whatever. What are the people going to win money on this year? What's your favorite prop bet?
All right. So good question. I contemplated this a lot. I was trying to go a bigger underdog than Jesse Bates. I wanted to be the biggest underdog on the show. I saw that Harrison Butker pick. No way.
There's no chance you're going to be biggest underdog on the show. We got a 350 to 1 MVP. So
not happening, but I will take Isaiah, the pack rat Pachenko, anytime. Oh, turned on my Siri there. Isaiah Pachenko, anytime touchdown scorer. And that's the pick. Taking that at plus 170 at Pinnacle.
Okay. So you're Ontario based. You got a Pinnacle number. Just trying to see if we got anything better in market. No, that's by far the best number in market. So plus 170. More widely available number is in the plus 140 range. If you had to bet it at plus 140, would you do that?
I'd probably go right up until, I think I saw FanDuel hanging that at plus 120. I'd probably go all the way up there. Anything, less than that probably wouldn't touch. I really like Isaiah Pachenko. It's going to be difficult with, Clyde Edwards-Helaire finally healthy. Who knows how he's going to factor into the game plan. But what I will say is that Pachenko really showed off his stuff in the playoffs, especially in the red zone. So I have faith that he will get those looks and at least get 3 attempts to hammer it in. Okay.
This is your problem.
Don't give me that smirk. Don't give me
that.
No.
Listen. I'm just smirking at you calling Isaiah. I'm smirking at the pronunciation of Pacheco because there's no N. There's no Pachenko. Pachenko is like some sort of like Russian ice hockey, like Russian figure skater or something. That would be a Pachenko.
I just know him better than you do. I don't know what to tell you. We were boys. We were hanging out yesterday. He said it was fine. I don't know why this is an issue now.
All right, Luke. I actually hope you win again so we can have you back next year because you've had the balls to at least be on, a couple big picks here. So not quite a plus 550, but if you hit a plus 170 this year, super props to you if that happens. So appreciate you joining us again. Best of luck with the Super Bowl, my friend.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for having me.
All right, late with Luke Campanella. All right, 22 down. We've had picks all the way from minus 750 on this show to plus 35,000. A lot in between. My partner in crime from Circles Off. He is the CEO of Betstamp. He co-hosts Circles Off with me. Live from London. Johnny from Betstamp. What's up?
What's up, boys? Sorry if my audio is not too great. I'm actually just on the street right now. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you. You're rocking the blazer. Listen, I'm a big fan, honestly, of the blazer and t-shirt look.
I'm gonna settle in right here and call it a day by the dock here, right along the lakefront. I guess we'll call it. I'm ready with my pick. I tuned in for the last 5 minutes. Obviously, I can't. Lucas he mispronounces so many player names, man. Pachenko. Isaiah Pachenko. How have you been doing today? I'm going to watch it all tomorrow. Don't you worry.
Pretty good. Great point here, though. I mean, 240 people watching, only 145 likes. Let's get those likes up through the roof. If you haven't liked it yet, do like the content. But, Johnny, the people want to know. We got 23. of people on for this year's thing. We've had a couple of people opposite each other, which I always find hilarious when that happens.
Love that.
You could pick any prop on the board and got people going head to head. But last year, I'm going to remind you, because I have been doing this transparently. I've been letting the people know whenever there was a losing pick last year, okay? On the show last year, Johnny gave Matt Stafford anytime touchdown scorer at 10-1. Matt Stafford got a quarterback sneak from the 1 yard line and got stuffed. Good pick,
bro.
Good pick, bad result. So it's not right to just cut you from the mix because of that one. But the people want winners this year, so you got to deliver a winner.
Okay, if I lose this one, you cut me from the mix next year. I think it's going to happen. My pick, and I'm not going to give too much rationale because I hate making up these narratives, but give me Eagles running back Miles Sanders under 1.5 receptions. I'm going to give something widely available. This is not like a one book's got a hanging number. You can grab this at like Caesars, DK, Bet365, minus 175. It's a widely available price. I will even go as far as say you can take this like minus 85. Don't, because it's available at so many books at around that, if not a little bit better. Checking some, potentially gray area market shops. But that's my pick. So based on the usage, I really like one catch exact, favored like around 50-50 to go under as well. So if you can find a that has under 1.0 catches, then that would in some cases be actually a preferred pick. So if you can get under 1 at around like plus 140, which is available if you're in Ontario at Bet Victor, then that would be a preferred play. However, official play, because I'm giving out widely available, is under 1.5 minus 175.
All right, there we go. Big Vig. I listen.
Did anybody take? Well, I mean, it was either that or I give out no field goal or extra point hits the upright at minus 650.
You know what? Ben Carey talked about that, but he didn't give it out as like his official play. Agreed. That's still a great bet, regardless of what the vig is. But official pick, Miles Sanders under 1.5 receptions. I'm looking at the board right now. It is widely available. Caesars hanging minus 174. Bet365 175. You got a couple 185s on the board, but it's right there, courtesy of Betstamp.
The DraftKings moved to 95? No, and I couldn't even get down. That is tough. DraftKings already at minus 95. All right, everyone go hammer.
Well, listen, we're moving lines today on Forward Progress here, powered by Betfred Sportsbook. We have been moving some serious lines. So I'm going to do a quick recap. Enjoy London. All the best.
Thank you, guys. I'm glad I could make it in for a pick. Sorry for the audio and video quality.
All good. That's Johnny, the CEO of Betstamp, joining live from London. Miles Sanders under 1 would push with exactly 1 reception, by the way. Tower Bridge appearance. Someone figured it out in the background. All right. We're going to do a recap here. And then I'm going to give my final pick of this broadcast, the one that I like the most on the entire board. Again, if you're in a state with Betfred Sportsbook, highly recommend that you sign up for Betfred Sportsbook. Again, you don't have to place every single bet you ever make at Betfred, but each sportsbook has different offerings. They're good at certain things. They have different prices on games, and I really think that Betfred should be in your arsenal if you are betting on sports. So Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, get Betfred. And if they're listening, come to Illinois. I actually know that they're working on several new markets as well. Several new markets. People sad that there's no Tortellini pick. Definitely a huge miss on my part. However, you will be happy to know that Tortellini will slowly be phased into some Hammer Betting Network content. Slowly, but he will be phased in to the Hammer Betting Network. Quick recap, a reminder. Most of the guests today gave out plays that they would play up until. Be cognizant of that. Some of these numbers have been moving over the course of the show. This is a market. It's a live betting market. Information moves numbers, so on and so forth. So, again, don't go chasing numbers that are long gone or whatever. For those of you tuned in live, congrats. You probably got down on a lot of these. For those tuning in after the fact, there's still going to be plenty here. There's some markets that haven't moved. There are markets that won't move because it's like a first half total, something like that. But top to bottom, Spanky. Coin toss, heads, plus 100, DraftKings. It's a 0 EV bet. He's kind of joking, but I'm going to hold him to it anyways because I should. John Laghezza. Devontae Smith, alternate receiving yards. He played 80 or more receiving yards at plus 198, 90 or more at plus 290. He split that bet down the middle, 50-50. He said he would play that 80 plus all the way down to the plus 160 range. So use that as your guide. Ben Carey, Quez Watkins over 12.5 rushing and receiving yards at minus 115. He said there's a little bit of room on that. That one is widely available in market. Kevin Davis, will either team miss 2 or more field goals? No, minus 750. That has since moved to minus 1,000. Really quickly, minus 1,000, rough implied probability of 90%. So if you think that there's more than or less than a 10% chance that one team or either team misses 2 or more field goals, that would still be a good bet. Totally understandable if you don't want to risk that. If we lose that bet, I will hunt Kevin Davis down for giving us a bad rap. I won't do that. Hitman, Kadarius Toney over 23.5 receiving yards, minus 115. That was widely available at the time. Just doing a quick, it probably got steamed. It did. So it's up to 25.5. You still have some Ontario sports books if you're in Canada. Sports Interaction, Betway, who have been slow to move on that. But the rest of the market's 25.5 at this point. Josiah Clark, Sharp Clark, under 5.5 total sacks, minus 115, playable up to minus 125. Colin Davey switched his pick. Originally, he was going Justin Watson under 20.5 yards at minus 125. Unfortunately, that steamed. He switched it to Jerick McKinnon under 3.5 receptions at minus 149. Quickly going to check that. We still have that on the board. PointsBet is offering that number at minus 150. Keep it going. Joe Osborne. Boston Scott, anytime touchdown score. Best prices out there, plus 500. Betfred. FanDuel. Connor Allen. Patrick Mahomes, higher completion rate than Jalen Hurts, minus 120 at the Camby books. He also offered an alternative. Patrick Mahomes, higher passer rating than Jalen Hurts, and I believe he said that he would play that up to minus 150 if he could. Rufus Peabody, co-founder of Unabated Sports. Eagles to not convert a fourth down at plus 250. This is a math-based play. Thought it was way off. No fourth down conversion, plus 250. Tom Casale. Kenneth Gainwell, over 18.5 rushing yards, minus 118. Just really checking at what that market is right now. Still available. Camby books. Some 19.5s on the board as well. Jeff Feinberg, Noah Gray, over 1.5 receptions, plus 110, widely available right now. Sam Panayotovich, first half, under 24.5, minus 120, playable up to minus 130, widely available right now. Nick Costas, our first disagreement on the show for official picks. Kenneth Gainwell, under 19.5 rushing yards, minus 110. Play up to minus 110. Ian McMillan. from BetSided, host of the Bacon Bets podcast. Patrick Mahomes under on passing yards. Ian was very honest with this, and he actually played a worse number. Right now in market, you can find under at 297.5 would be the best price. That's fairly available. 294.5 widely available. Andy Molitor. We don't know if this is Andy's pick or Drew Dinsick's pick. I guess it depends on whether it wins or loses. If it wins, it was Andy's pick. If it loses, it was Drew's pick. That's the way I would play it if I were Andy. Jalen Hurts, long completion, under 37.5, minus 115. Just taking a quick look right now to see if we still have that still available. Widely available. Suma, Miles Sanders, over 60.5 rushing yards at minus 110. Again, widely available. My personal suggestion would be to play this sooner rather than later. Joey Knish, man of the people. Chiefs, first reception. Kadarius Toney, plus 800. Chiefs, first reception. Kadarius Toney, plus 800. He did not say what he would play this to. He was just, he was Knish. It was all over the place. Tried to reel him in. This is what I got out of him. This is what we got. Frank Brank. Jalen Hurts plus Patrick Mahomes under 545.5 total passing yards, minus 120, widely available. Clive Bixby. This one was at WinBet. Jalen Hurts' longest completion, minus 4.5 versus Jason Tatum's points, minus 125 at WinBet. This is a cross-sport prop. Clive is a big NBA guy. I feel confident in his ability to price these accurately when it's NFL and NBA, the two sports that he handicaps the most. Minus 125, playable up to minus 130, given some cross-prop action. Matthew Friedman. Harrison Butker, MVP. 350 to 1. That is at PointsBet. He said he would play it down to 250 to 1. Playable down to 250 to 1. Luke Campanella, Lay It With Luke. Host of Lay It With Luke, sponsored by Betfred. Isaiah Pacheco, anytime touchdown, or as Luke would say, Isaiah Pachenko, Russian figure skater, anytime TD, plus 170. That's at Pinnacle Sportsbook in Ontario. He said he would play the widely available number of plus 140, which is out there as well. Johnny from Betstamp, Miles Sanders, under 1.5 receptions, minus 174. He did say he would go up to minus 235, if I heard him correctly. So there is room here, but definitely you do want to line shop. My favorite prop bet, as of right now, there's a few. I'm going to tease a little bit. I'm going to give my favorite one as of right now. The one that I think is the most mispriced. This one's going to be courtesy of Betfred. They actually do have the best number in market across the board, tied with some other books, which you can bet elsewhere as well. I'm going to be back for Forward Progress, Super Bowl Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Sunday, February 12th. Pizza buffet, just as usual. Nothing changing. I'll give my full breakdown of the game for the final time. We'll know most of the injury situations by then, have them completely sorted out, and I will take a look at the remaining props that I like in that game as well. At Betfred, I'm taking Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown scorer at plus 110. That is currently my favorite prop on the board. It is priced at plus 110. I make this price minus 125 if people want to know where I would bet it until. In the latter half of the year, especially in the latter half of the year, Jalen Hurts scored at a high clip. If we break it down, the games where he struggled to score earlier this year, most of them were either a blowout situation, an inferior opponent like the Houston Texans, or a divisional opponent. Or the final week of the season, New York Giants, divisional opponent, and shoulder injury. This is the Super Bowl. Here's what the Eagles do. We saw this against San Francisco. They got to the 2-yard line, and they ran a quarterback sneak and then another quarterback sneak to get in the end zone. This is a high conversion percentage play for the Eagles. They're not scared to run Jalen Hurts. They will. I think he's going to have a big game with his feet. Betfred, plus 110. Plus 110, Bet365 in Ontario. My number on this prop is minus 125. Just think it's mispriced because of the first half of the year. Eagles playbook, these short yardage situations, that's huge if they can get down to the goal line, pass interference, so on and so forth. But even outside of that, they run all sorts of plays with Hurts. We all know this. That's it. Going to close out the show with that one. Again, I'm back Sunday. Pizza buffet, 11 a.m. Eastern time. If you have not subscribed to Forward Progress yet, please consider subscribing to Forward Progress for more content like this. NFL season is ending. Our content is not. We are doing a ton of stuff over the course of the offseason. NFL draft coverage, futures coverage, a ton. If you enjoyed this broadcast today, hit that thumbs up, hit that like button. Tell someone else you know to check out our content. Anything on the Hammer Betting Network. Could be Forward Progress, could be Hit the Books, could be the Board NBA, could be Edgework, Hammer HQ. Spread the word about our content. I promise we will do more and more and more of it as we continue to grow. Appreciate everyone out there. Appreciate Betfred Sportsbook. Without them, this couldn't be possible. Thanks everyone out there. This has been Forward Progress, the Super Bowl props betting extravaganza here on the Hammer Betting Network. Good luck with your bets. Peace out.